snooker fans all around the world.
We are here for the battle on the bays.
Quite simply, superb.
It's just ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. What a shot that is.
He's got the hot shots all to himself. The break of a multiple world champion, exuding class. And that's a shot that again will live long in the memory.
Hello, good morning. It's day 2 of the 2026 Championship League, and of course we've already had a 147 from Chris Wakelin on day 1, so a great start here at the Mattioli Arena in Leicester. Of course today we will get our first player through to the winners group, 7 players in the group, and well, Chris Wakelin, I mentioned, they had a terrible start yesterday, lost his first 2 matches, but he's in better shape today, and he's going to lead us off shortly against Vafaei. He is in trouble, he's lost his first 3. Table 2, the first match there, Leicester against Jackson Page. So this is the day where it becomes really serious, because of course tonight we'll have the playoffs, 2 semi-finals and a final. So this is the group table overnight. Joe O'Connor and Jackson Page both on 3 points. O'Connor top because he's won 1 more frame, and Chris Wakelin, he won his second 2 matches yesterday, so he's on 2. Leicester on 2. So at the moment they would be our semi-finalists, but of course it can all change. Pang Zhu, Tom Ford on 1 point. Vafaei not out of it yet. He'll have to win his last 3. So not out of it yet, but needs to win this match. And of course Chris Wakelin here, feeling great after that maximum last night. Yeah, it was a terrible start to the morning, but that's the beauty of the league format, of course, because in a knockout event he would have been out, but he had time to recover. Okay. He really improved, won his 3rd and 4th match, and raring to go here. Of course, Scottish Open champion just a couple of weeks ago, highest ranked player in the group. He superseded Vafaei as shootout champion. Vafaei 2022, Wakelin at this very venue in Leicester in 2023. But funnily enough, they've only actually played once before. That was in this last year, so they managed to avoid each other in all the other events. Good start from Vafaei, who just didn't have a good day yesterday, simple as that.
Whoa. Lost
3-1 to Joe O'Connor first out, 3-1 to Jackson Page, and 3-0 to Leicester, so he's only actually got 2 frames on the board. He's in first, it's a new day, and as I say, there's still a chance to, at the very worst, finish 5th. If that were to happen, of course, he would come back for Group 2.
3.
But still, maybe even get in the playoffs. If he won all 3, there would be an opportunity to
4.
Take one of those 4 places. But it's got to start here. He's got to win this match, and he's already nicely in. First shot. He's not had the best of season. He started it with a shoulder injury, and clearly that did affect him. So 32nd in the rankings. He has been in the top 16. And on this season points, he's down at 52nd, so he won't be in the World Grand Prix in February, which is for the top 32, but still time to turn things around for the rest of the season.
$19. $20.
But yeah, just 2 frames from 3 matches. That's a disappointing start for sure. In fact, he was so disappointed. We saw him against Leicester in the 3rd match playing on when he needed 6 snookers. Almost like he just couldn't accept that the day had gone that way. Now this is the last of the loose reds, so looking for an angle now to get into them. Just flick the black, and doesn't look to have a great angle on it. No, I mean, he's pretty much straight. So nothing that he could do really other than just pot it and play safe.
35.
It's one thing not to get a good split, but not to get the chance to have a split is even more disappointing. But I guess the lesson of Chris Wakelin yesterday tells you that you can start a day badly and finish it well. He made the 17th maximum of the season, and the first, of course, of this year. He actually was on the receiving end of 4 last year, including 2 in one match from Ronnie O'Sullivan in Saudi Arabia. But that was his first. I'm sure you've seen it, or maybe were watching live last night. Great moment for him. He was very happy about it. Not so happy about that last shot he played, though. He didn't get the cover with the brown, and Vafaei knocks another red in. Cue ball just running on, though.
Single fee 1.
Well, this is heading for the pink. No, just gone past it, but he's left the red on, so in some ways it's even worse. So 3rd chance in this frame for Vafaei, although, again, he's going to have to get these reds into play after this one. Well, he's tried to open them and played the black with pace and missed it. So it's 3 visits he's had, scoring visits, and still only 37 to the good. And of course now he has opened the reds. Wakelin looks like he can pot this one. He's close to it. Well, is he too close to it, maybe? Taking this one on, though, to the green pocket. Ooh. Match, by the way, on table 2, Elliott Slessor and Jackson Page. Of course, Page 3 points overnight, Slessor 2, but Page has played a match more.
Sure, Chris would like to play a thin edge off the red to the right of the black to get him behind the brown, but he could push the red towards the centre pocket, which is why he didn't want to risk it. But I don't think he'd be particularly pleased with the safety he's played. Hossein could attempt this red. Just depends what frame of mind he's in. He hasn't won a match so far in this group, so he may throw caution to the wind in some way, I suppose. Just depends on his train of thought, how serious he is about trying to win matches, win frames.
Yeah, you sort of feel he has to go on the attack, but equally he might get disillusioned if it's not working. That's another chance, 4th scoring chance of the frame if it goes in. It certainly went in, didn't it? It made a lovely sound. Well, not a lovely finish, really. Look where the cue ball's finished. I mean, he could so easily have been on a colour.
And this is what can really dispirit you. You come out there with a plan of attack and You try to make yourself feel good and play with care and attention, and then a couple of things go wrong and all of a sudden you're sort of back in the doldrums a little bit and you don't know what to do. I think every player's been in that position. And if he can't see the yellow, and I don't think he can, I mean, what does he play now? Because he can't really come off the right-hand side cushion and rest up behind the brown because the red's in the way of that, and he's got the bridge rest out now, and, you know, this is all very awkward.
Yeah, he's done well, really. What about that 147, Dom? There's me. I left the venue. I thought, well, nothing's going to happen now. And late at night. Well, it wasn't late at night, but it was the last match, and there we are. Terrific. The earliest ever maximum in a calendar year.
Well, that's hardly surprising. It never occurred to me that that would be the case, of course. But, you know, what a special moment. From a player's point of view, I'm sure making that maximum is, okay, it's not as important as winning your first ranking event, major ranking events, because you have to win a lot of matches and beat a lot of great players, but that would mean so much to Chris to do that. I mean, I said it in commentary yesterday, there are lots of players who've had, you know, 20, 30-year careers and never made a maximum as a professional player, and it's a special thing to do.
Yeah, there were 25 made last year, and he was on the receiving end of 4. So he saw the scenes. I mean, Mark Allen made one against him at the Crucible because Ronnie, the 2 in Saudi Arabia, he saw what it meant to them to make one. So, okay, we haven't got a crowd here, but you could see his reaction. He was absolutely delighted, and it just marked the sea change, didn't it, during the day? I mean, he was so poor first session, but managed to regroup, recover, and he's looking good, really, for the playoffs, you feel.
Yes, because he lost the next 2 frames, and it's hardly surprising. He's probably shaking like a leaf inside. You know, to make a maximum as a professional player in a professional match is very special. And, you know, you may sort yourself out psychologically to carry on the match, and, you know, but, you know, if you're nervous and still shaking, it can take half an hour before your body recovers from that. And let's just hope it's not too little too late from his point of view. He can certainly make the playoffs, but, you know, he's going to have to play well and win matches comfortably, because he's already lost 2 matches, so he's basically 2 wins from 4.
That's why this match is so important. If he can win this one, then it's kind of in his hands, isn't it? If he wins the last one today, then he will be there. So
5.
He's in. Vafaei's been in 4 times, but only 38 to the good. He was a little unlucky that last visit when he didn't land on a colour.
6.
Well, getting rid of this red is no bad thing, because the 2 below it then become more easily available, but he'd love to have been able to push through for pink or black from this red. He can't now. As you can see, he has the wrong angle. He's going to have to screw back up the table for blue or bulk colour.
Just one last thing for now on the maximum. The young referee from Latvia is not actually refereeing this match, but Fjodor's, who was refereeing that match, his first as a referee. I mean, obviously it was nothing to do with him really, but he was still involved in it, and great memory for him.
Cued right across that, Chris, there. In fact, you could hear the audible sigh there. Actually, almost before the red reached the pocket, he knew he'd missed it.
So 5th scoring visit for Hossein Vafaei, as he looks to win only his 3rd frame so far in this group. and this is his 4th match.
Six. Seven.
Oh no. Straight in, and there's a red in the D. Oh, disaster.
Seven.
Yeah.
7.
He must have played for a gap between yellow and brown for that red in the D, but just didn't get enough side spin on the cue ball. Wanted to catch the cushion rail just before the middle pocket. It's just a misjudgment. I mean, he played the shot nicely. It's just his idea of the way the cushions were playing was different to actually what happened there. So another chance for Chris Wakelin. He's 19 behind. Of course, Hossein will be pinning his hopes on the fact that that red that's near the right-hand side cushion could be too much of a problem for Chris Wakelin. May not be. It's the only difficult ball.
One. Six.
Well, certainly worth taking on. He can either run through for the black or just screw back a few inches for the blue. Didn't take it on. Oh, I'm a little bit surprised, but what a kiss that he's had there from cue ball to pink. It's deflected that cue ball tight in behind the black, and goodness me, if Hossein approached today's play with a less than ideal attitude, it won't be good now.
It's one of those where he took like another 5 seconds to get out the chair. He's almost disbelieving. But he is in this snooker. Fortunate from Wakelin.
On the miss. Chris Wakelin. 4.
Well, not a free ball. It could have been, couldn't it? That's what he was sort of watching for. But he's going to be going back, you feel.
Yes, he tried to swerve around the black to catch the right part of the side cushion to contact the red, and there was so much side spin on the cue ball. There was still quite a lot of side spin left on the cue ball when it came off these last 2 cushion rails, and that's why it wasn't a free ball. Just accelerated off those last couple of cushions, and luckily for Hossein, went into open play. But he'd be mindful of making the same mistake again here. Lots of swerve, he's missed it. Again, no free ball, but he's really struggling to get enough side spin on the cue ball to widen the angle sufficiently to contact the red. He probably needs more swerve on the cue ball. That would help to create the angle necessary. Well, he played it very well in the end, and I think he deserves to get away with it. He's been unlucky because, of course, it was Chris's terrific fortune that left the snooker in the first place.
Well, it was a big target, wasn't it, to get the snooker, and he has done. So that one was played. Well, a slight gap, in fact.
And cleverly played there. He played the shot with more power than is necessary. That was just so that the cue ball was going to run into the black and help deflect the cue ball behind the pink. Very clever shot choice.
Yeah, and it may make a difference knocking the black on the cushion as well. We'll see later on, obviously, but that could actually be in his favour, maybe.
Chris will be so disappointed with that shot, as you said previously, Dave. It's such a great target, yellow, green and brown, and because he hasn't got the snooker there, there's a big chance here for Hossein. For him to get the snooker. He's made a mess of it, but he may have been fortunate.
It just feels, I know it's strange to say about frame one, but it feels like a must-win frame. He's only won 2 in 3 matches, so hasn't got any points on the board, and he's had 5 scoring visits, so he's had plenty of chances to win the frame already. But here we are on the last red.
Well, another great chance here for Hossein to come off 2 cushions, get the cue ball in behind green or yellow, and he'd be pushing the red towards the black. And that's the shots I've got in mind. I wonder what he has planned here. Let's just see what he plays here. He's gone for the red. Did he go for the red? I promise you, there's every chance that was a fluke, because you would not take that red on ordinarily.
Well, he can't see the black direct, so, you know, obviously the black over the pocket would have been available, but you can see it's covered.
I think he completely mishit that, because look where the cue ball is. That's where he wanted the cue ball. I don't think he intended to pot that red, because he's actually put himself, I wouldn't say he's put himself in trouble. He could easily roll up behind the green. It's a touch shot. It certainly is, but he didn't plan on playing the next shot.
Vafaei 1.
Well, of course, he himself may need that brown yet. So quite a dramatic opening frame, this.
Chance perhaps here for Chris to try and get the cue ball in behind the green, but he'd have to flirt with the right-hand centre pocket to do so.
Leicester has won the opening frame on table 2 against Jackson Page. That was on the pink.
Yes, Jackson had won 3 matches out of 3 until Joe O'Connor beat him. Last match of the day over on table 2, and made the group very interesting at the top of the table. Hossein needs to be careful if he plays off the right-hand side of the yellow. It could catch the pink and deflect and pop the black. So he's avoided that by hitting it thinly enough. As long as he avoids the in-off, which he has, he's played a very good shot there. He could consider taking this yellow on. He could run through for the green into the opposite corner, but the problem is with this type of shot, the way he'd have to play it, he could leave it on if he missed it. But he's got the dreaded double kiss and he has left it on. And I think it's just about straight enough for Hossein to run through and play the green into the left-hand corner and possibly leave an angle on it to develop the brown. I honestly thought he'd missed that, and I think Hossein thought he'd missed it. He was up off the shot in no time at all. I think he was walking back to his chair.
Because this brown he put safe himself, but he knew at the time he would still need it. Not so safe now though, is it? So it's been quite a dramatic start on the half-hour frame. Vafaei had lots of chances early on. He was in that nasty snooker, but now needs brown and blue. Yeah, nicely done. Avoided the pink. So a bit of a roller coaster start. He needs frames on the board. He needs points on the board. He's only won 2 thus far, but that's number 3 in terms of frames.
14.
It's a new day and it's a better start for Hossein Vafaei. He takes the opening frame against Chris Wakelin. It took some winning, didn't it? But he's got it on the board, and as I say, now looking of course to get his first point on the board and try and start climbing that table. It's worth saying again that of course the top 4, yes, they go into the playoffs, but if you finish 5th, you're eligible to come back for Group 2 over the next 2 days. So it's only the bottom 2 places, 6 and 7, that get relegated. But he is rather in that position where Chris Wakelin could be in it as well today, where he might need other results to go his way, and that's not a nice position to be in. You want your destiny in your own hands. Of course, Wakelin made the poor start, losing his first 2 in this session yesterday, and then of course in the evening he did win 2 matches he played. These chairs have been with the Championship League right from the start. I don't know where they put them, Dom, between the tournaments, but it's good to know they've been wheeled out again.
Yes, and I think, you know, the leatherwork has remained in remarkably good condition. No rips or tears or scuffs anywhere. Lovely, aren't they, these oxblood Chesterfield armchairs? Very regal.
Just imagine a sort of roaring fire, glass of brandy, you know. Anyway, none of that, of course. It's a serious business, this. Certainly for that man there, who can still make the playoffs if he wins all three today, but certainly, as I say, 5th place is a possibility as well.
The only problem, Dave, with these armchairs, they're very low and you can't really see over the table very well, so you can't really see what your opponent's about to play, or if there's a plant that might go. You can't see very well over the top of the cushion rails. That's why I think a lot of the players try to sit bolt upright to give themselves as much view of the table as possible.
Yes, it's sort of frowned upon, isn't it, standing in the corner, because it's like you're saying to your opponent, if they're in on a break, you're going to miss any time soon, so you sort of have to sit down anyway. That's we'll put that to one side, all that talk about chairs.
One.
Chris must have been certain that he'd finish on the black there. That's why he took the pot on. Couldn't do much from where the cue ball finished, except to roll in behind the black. It shouldn't cause a problem for Hossein. He can just drop into the side of the pack below the pink. Oh, he's caught the pink. I wouldn't say that's careless. He played it with side spin, just a slight misjudgment. Well, surely he hasn't left the red on to the right corner. It's a thin cut, but oh, lucky there, Hossein. It's so easy to make a mistake like that.
Just to reiterate, in terms of the group table, Joe O'Connor and Jackson Page on 3 points overnight. O'Connor top, he's won one more frame. And then Wakelin and Elliot Slessor on 2 points. So they're in the top 4 at the moment.
Well, again, that's a misjudgment. This time from Chris Wakelin. He was convinced that he could miss the cannon on other reds with the cue ball and give himself a chance of being on blue or bulk colour there.
One.
Hossein would like to play that one again. The blue is cuttable, but it's just as easy, I think, to the green pocket as it is the centre.
Well, it's a bit of a frustrating start for both, isn't it? You know, Vafaei won the first frame, but it took some winning. Wakelin has started slowly, as he did yesterday morning.
One. 7. 8.
Standard rest.
Now, I wonder where the black will re-spot. Is the pink spot available? I think it'd be a lot better for Chris if the black has to be spotted on the blue spot. It means the black would be in play. Cue ball just caught the bottom jaw there of the middle pocket. That's why he's finished higher on the black than he wanted to be. If he does attempt the black, it means he'll have to play a cannon into the reds. And that's why he's not taking the black, because the reds are nicely placed and he doesn't want to play a cannon. And this looks ideal. Red above the pink.
19.
Just on the maximum, Dominic, I was thinking, because 17th this season, and about 10 years ago they had they were going to put up £1 million, weren't they, if there were 20 in the season? And everyone said, well, that'll never happen. Imagine now if that prize was going, and imagine if there'd been 19 and you've got a chance to make the 20th. The pressure, not just on you, but all the other guys as well.
26.
Be up for obviously 50,000 each.
Seven.
Oh, this is a nicely constructed break by Chris Wakelin. He's played several shots that have enabled him to open up the high value colours. Pink will now pop into the left centre and the right corner. May even pop to the left corner, it's difficult to tell. Well, it will, he's played for it.
34.
And with the lead that he has, he'll be disappointed now not to level this match up at 1-1.
Yeah, much cleaner frame.
40.
Jackson Page has levelled at 1-1 with Elliot Slessor on table 2.
I was trying to think of who it was that Chris Wakelin reminds me of, the way he cues the ball and strikes it.
48.
It's actually Terry Griffiths. I used to practice a lot with Terry. And although Terry did change his game, remodelled his technique entirely at one point, just for some consistency, he used to tell me that he may not win tournaments anymore, but he'd consistently get to quarterfinals and semi-finals. But he's a very fluent cueist, and Terry Griffiths was exactly that. Another player that also always used a maple cue as well.
still needs one more red here.
55.
I think he'd be tempted to take a difficult pot on. Had something been safe, the blue is definitely pottable, and all the other colours are in good positions, as are the reds, so it's a little bit more risky to take something on.
Yeah, it's been a good break. Of course, Vafaei was in first. He potted a red but missed that blue, which, as you can see, is close to the right middle, and has sat out the rest of the frame.
$59. $60.
We had 9 centuries yesterday, which was a great haul on day one. We hadn't had one here, but 66 in front with 51 on. Vafaei remains in his chair. And Chris Wakelin, after quite a lengthy opening frame, which of course he lost, has done the business in frame 2. Remember, he's on 2 points overnight, so very much in the mix for a playoff spot. And the match is all square at 1 each. The maximum, of course, unless someone else has one, he will win the high break prize in the group, which is £500. But it's really all about getting in the playoffs tonight, and of course, chance to be the first man into the winners group. That'll be mid-February. Be 7 players, the 7 respective winners of the different groups. Later this week, we've got the world champion Zhao Xingtong, Neil Robertson, Karen Wilson, among others coming in tomorrow. Gary Wilson, Dave Gilbert, Noppen Senkarm will be coming into Group 2, and of course they're joined by the 3 losing players in the playoffs and whoever finishes 5th. So it's 6th and 7th who get relegated, and you've got to say it's looking increasingly likely that Hossein Vafaei is going to be one of those 2 unless something changes very soon. Sure, he came here, you know, he chose to come here on January the 2nd. It was a statement of intent in itself, but I'm sure he came here in a good mood, hoping for the best. But of course these matches are so short. If you make a bad start in the matches, never mind the group, then you're going to be struggling, and he has struggled.
Third frame, Chris Wakelin to break.
Couldn't attempt the red to the right of the pink, because the cube will clatter into the pack of reds, but he can try and get the cube in behind the brown here. Superb pace. That's still a very effective safety, because the blue is blocking the left-hand side of the table. And there are lots of balls that the cue ball could collide with if Hossein decides to try to play a safety down this right-hand side of the table. I honestly think there could be a gap here between yellow and blue to that red that's near the right corner. And if he has left the gap there, Hossein is very unfortunate.
One.
And playing for this red is certainly advantageous potentially because it's blocking the black spot. So once it's removed, the black will be an open play. If he can play for the black from this red, he can. But he'll have to be very precise.
Seven.
As a cube will run too far, he'd be disappointed if he's not on the black. Can't play for the black now. Have to play for the blue or the bulk colours. He wants to get that black on its spot though because it's blocking the right-hand corner pocket just a little. It's just in an awkward spot there. He could easily play for the black into the left corner if he leaves himself straight enough on the next red. And that's just about perfect. So stunned down now for the red that's near this right corner. That's on the cushion rail. It wouldn't be difficult to drop that in if he lands nicely on it.
Well, black on its spot, so sizing up to be pretty useful opening this for Wakelin. course, he is back in the top 16, but not in the Masters because the cut-off came after the UK Championship. I wonder how he'll feel next week as he sort of tunes in, because he would have gone there feeling great, wouldn't he? But just one of those things, no
36.
point complaining about it. It is what it is.
Not quite straight enough on the red to maintain position on the black. He'll have to go up for the blue now. But those two reds to the right of the pink are fairly simple to get onto if he's the right side of the blue, and he's played that to perfection. Beginning to look very good again now, Chris Wakelin.
Nine. 50.
Quite a long way short of pace there. This red is a little thinner than it may appear, but he'll need an angle on a colour to go into those reds. This is the last of the easily available reds. Well, the angle's good, but the cue ball's finished near the cushion, and unless he can play for the red now that's on the top cushion, he won't be able to continue this break for much longer, I don't think. Oh, he did well there to generate that much pace from so close to the side cushion. Delighted with that outcome.
Yeah, wonderful shot, wasn't it? And looking very good now for a 2-1 lead.
62.
Well, having said that, he still needs a red, and he's not got an angle on the blue. Blue put him... Well, if he can pop the pink, that's different, because the pink will put him 68 in front. Blue would have been 67 with 67 on. Pink, he is on. So a snooker required if it goes in. And it hasn't gone in.
Wakelin, 62.
It's kind of all a bit unexpected, that, wasn't it? The way that all came to an end.
Yeah, and he's not a certainty by any means to win this frame, because he's left this red on. If it goes in... Oh, it has. And now what a chance Hussein has given himself with that terrific red. One good positional shot here, and I think we may have a new favourite for this third frame. Well, that's not unlucky. 16. That's quite a poor shot from Hussein. Completely misjudged that one. That's end of break.
Vafaei, 16.
a deficit of 46 points. He can ill afford to give 4 points away in a foul here, so he's got to be mindful of that and try to make sure at least contacts a red, and he's played that very well, I have to say. Delighted with that result. Little thin edge on the brown that's given Chris Wakelin a chance to snick this red in. Oh, and he has. It didn't touch the sides. What a lovely pot. That's frame ball now, so Jose needs one snooker to tie.
Yes, of course, against Elliot Slesser last night, he was playing on at one point needing 6 snookers, but we'll see if he gets any real chance to win this frame. Wakelin looking for yellow save and snooker behind blue. Didn't quite get the snooker. But he's certainly not in one himself either, so I'm saying Vafai's woes continue. Well, hang on. Came close to the in-off.
Well, I'd certainly prefer to play this red. You can come off 3 or 4 cushions, try and get the cubble in behind the green here, or leave it close to the brown. Couldn't have played that any better, but has he left that red on that's above the black? It's the only one that Chris can see. He may be forced to take it on, but with that cubble where it is, it won't be an easy pot by any means. That was always the difficulty, trying to keep that red from moving too far across the table, and it has, and it's potable. And then it goes, so surely now that's put paid to any hopes that Jose may have had in winning this third frame. And from 1-0 behind, Chris Wakelin is about to take a 2-1 lead.
And that's the lead Jackson Page on table 2 has taken over Elliot Slesser.
6. 7.
Not been plain sailing for Wakelin, but he's done enough here to win these 2 frames. As he continues to recover from his own poor start yesterday. Remember, he lost his first 2 matches, but he's now 1 frame away from winning his next 3, with 1 to come later on against Jackson Page.
21.
Vafaei will stay on to play Tom Ford and also later Bang Zhengzhou, but Chris Wakelin has won this frame,
21.
and as I say, 1 away from another point in this opening group of the BetVictor Championship League. He leads Hossein Vafaei by 2 frames to 1. Yeah, frustrations continue for Hossein. It's not been a good season for him. He had the shoulder problem, which obviously didn't help, to say the least, and just hasn't really got any momentum, any deep runs in tournaments. And it's a big little period coming up because, okay, he's not in those Players Series events, but German Masters and Welsh Open qualifying, and also the World Open coming up, and then the World Championship in April. Still time to turn things round, but it may be that it doesn't start here in Leicester, seeming very unlikely that it will now.
Yes, he looks rather despondent there, doesn't he? Very reflective, I think, on possibly not just this match, yesterday's play as well, and probably in general the season, the way he's feeling about his whole game, perhaps. And particularly those injuries that Dave's alluded to. Can be very dispiriting as a player. You know, you do your best. That you almost feel when you're carrying an injury that the more you practice, the more harm you're doing. So you're in a bit of a catch-22 situation, really.
Well, the match not done yet, but he is trailing 2-1, having won that quite lengthy first frame. So frame 4 of a possible 5, and it is Hossein Vafaei to break off. And not one of his best.
I'm sure Chris Wakelin will be the first to admit that he was very fortunate there not to leave a pot on for Hossein Vafaei.
Yeah, it never rains but it pours, really. You know, Wakelin misses the red, but could easily have left him in, but didn't.
Miss. 3, 4.
Back we go. Just a very slight adjustment needed. Wakelin pointing to the spot where the cue ball was. And the adjustment is made.
Chance now to play off the reds near the pink, get the cubel in behind the green. It's always handy when your opponent cannons the bulk colour towards the bulk cushion. Good effort.
One.
No apology, but that was certainly a fluke. You'll see it here. There's no way that Chris Wakelin attempted that. Now, can he cut the green in? Prefers the yellow. This is a more difficult pot, but the route back down the table towards the reds is more straightforward.
Three. Four. Wakelin, 4.
Well, he knows that he's got Vafaei under the cosh and he wants to keep him there.
I'd love to rest upon the 3 reds near this top cushion near the left corner, but those 2 reds near that left-hand side cushion are in Hussein's way. I can't see an easy path to those reds at all. He may have to just come off a couple of cushions and try and glance one of the reds near the blue. Oh, he played that wonderfully, but he couldn't avoid deflecting that red towards the centre pocket. Couldn't have played that any better. He really couldn't have. He has left the cut on the red, but it's risky. Well, a definite chance to cut this red into the right-hand centre pocket, but the question is, would the cue ball cannon into the two reds just below the pink spot that are together there? You can see them from our overhead. If he feels that that's possible, he could still play this red into the corner pocket instead. Oh, that was a lovely pot.
1.
And I think that Hussein needs that just to spark some interest and get his motivation going again.
Very messy table though, isn't it? You know, black and pink, no good. Really, blue, we could do with back on its spot soon.
Four. Five.
He may not be as straight on the yellow as he'd like to be, but I'm wondering if that pink will pot into the left corner. Because if it does, and there's a chance that Hussein could play for the red near the right corner, he could play for the pink. That's exactly what he's attempted, and I think he's played a terrific shot here. And as I say, if that pink is possible into the opposite corner, this is actually a very good chance to at least score
7.
another 20 or 30 points before he has to tackle those awkward reds, as Dave has mentioned.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about the sort of the number in terms of breaks, but every break's different.
8.
Some are far more complicated than others. Mark Selby, when he won the UK Championship in the last frame, he made a break of 69, certainly not the highest of the tournament, but it was the best by a long way, because when he came to the table there were only two colours available. The black, which was only possible to one pocket, and the yellow, but somehow he just kept it going.
You have a very retentive memory, Dave.
14.
Well, in fairness, it's only last month. It's not like it's 20 years ago, but it was such a terrific break. And I know Mark was rightly very proud. I mean, it was to win the tournament, so the pressure was on 9-8 against Trump at the time.
15.
Oh, this is very good from Hussein Vafaei. First red was excellent.
21.
Potting this red means that the one to the left of it becomes more easily
22.
available. And if you can knock in the red that is just to the left of the black in open play, those two reds together, just below the pink, will then pot into the same left-hand corner pocket. So it just goes to show, doesn't it, if you just pot the right ball in sequence, it paves the way for more points to come.
28.
Nicely on the pink to the centre, so can play for one of those two reds now that I
49.
mentioned.
Elliot Slessor very close to
35.
making it 2-2 with Jackson Page and forcing a decider there, which is what Vafaei's, of course, hoping to do here. Yeah, he's worked these out really well, actually.
36.
This will make him feel a lot better. It's been a bit of an ordeal, not just this match, but the whole group so far.
Forty-two. 43.
He's going to need a couple more reds after this pink.
$49. 50.
That's Hussein's first half century of this match. Chris Wakelin has made 2 60-plus breaks.
He's done really well and now needs this red. This is frame ball
56.
to take us to 2-2. Yeah, much better from Hussein Vafaei. Don't think Wakelin will come back. 63 behind, 51 on.
In the frame.
Indeed, he remains in his chair. So a good break, good visit from Hussein Vafaei. And it means we're going to have a decider here. First match of the day. On table 1, it's 2-2. And it is also 2-2 between Leicester and Page on table 2. So I think we've seen this a lot over the years at the Championship League. Day 1, everyone's kind of a bit relaxed and, you know, it feels like a long way to the end. But day 2, when there's a chance to get in that winners group, things get a bit more tense and the matches maybe get a little closer. I don't think this will be the last decider we see here today. It's literally a nail biter. But that was a good visit, wasn't it? Because when he came to the table, you know, it was very awkward actually, but he just worked it out.
Yeah, and from Hussein Vafaei's point of view, his hopes of qualification to the semi-final stages later on are virtually nil, of course. In fact, they are nil, but there's a lot still to practice for the remainder of the season in terms of tournaments and qualification for other events, and it's important that he puts in a big effort here in these remaining matches, and he's doing so.
Yeah, and he can stay in. Of course, if he finishes 5th, he can stay in for Group 2. Anyway, this is the decider, Chris Wakelin to break.
One.
Oh, this is the key shot coming up now for Hussein Vafaei. If he can knock this red in and get onto the black, he'll have every chance of scoring heavily.
Six.
But he's not straight enough on the black to hold for the red next to it, so he may have to stun into the pack of reds here, and he'll have to be very careful if he does so. Can he screw into the red that's just above and to the left of the black? No, he couldn't. Is he on anything? I'm not sure this has worked out at all well for Hussein Vafaei. He hasn't had the best run of the ball in this match. It's worth noting. Well, there may be a red on into the right centre, but can he possibly get onto the black from it? It has to be very precise. Oh, it was a very good effort.
Son of a 13. 1. Four. Five.
This is the thing about snooker that interests me. Hossein Vafaei was in first, screwed into the pack of reds, was unfortunate not to be able to continue the break, and Chris Wakelin comes to the table and all the hard work's been done for him by his opponent now. He's just reaping the benefits of that.
Yes, it sort of sums up Hossein Vafaei's experience, doesn't it, in this year's Championship League, and basically nothing's gone for him. Been a mixture of his own play that's been below par.
11.
Obviously the good play of the other players, and then that little bit of running that he's needed that he hasn't got as well. It's all combined.
12.
We'll have to go for the blue now. He's not quite straight enough on the black to hold for it. He's played that very well. He's just about straight enough on the blue to hold for a red to the left corner. Or maybe it's just run on a fraction too far. When the balls are set out the way they are, you don't want to have to go into the pack of reds, but he may decide to. Oh, it's worked out really well again. Rather a contrast in the fortunes of the two players. When a bit of good fortune has been required, I think Chris Wakelin would be the first to admit things have worked out better for him than they have for Hossein Vafaei.
Six.
Well, we talked a lot about Vafaei's problems, but of course it's a massive frame for Wakelin as well. If you can get to 3 points with one match to go, he's really in the mix for a playoff spot later. Got Jackson Page to come on table 2 later on. But, you know, we were here yesterday morning, and the way he started, I don't think we thought he would have much chance of being in the playoffs because he was so far below par. Bearing in mind he'd won the last event just before Christmas, the Scottish Open.
39.
Well, just when it looked as though Chris Wakelin was going to make a sizable break and win this match, he's finished rather straight on the blue. Does he have any semblance of an angle to work with? He must have. it's difficult to see what he's on here. I can only assume the topmost red must pot to the left corner. It does. Look at that. But just needs one good positional shot here. May be that he'll try and cannon delicately the pink. He's missed the black, has he? Yes, he has.
Wakelin, 45.
Oh, what a reprieve for Hossein Vafaei, just when he needed it most.
Yeah, another twist in the tail, 32 in it. And he's got the double. Great value in playing it with the black over the pocket. Well, a lifeline has come from nowhere.
Still shaking his head because obviously the red that's closest to the pink won't pot. He's going to have to try to play a cannon into these reds. And it's difficult from where the black is. Oh, that's a superb effort. Very unlucky there. If he just catches those reds a little fuller, he may have given himself the chance to win frame and match at this visit. I don't even think he has a red to attempt now.
Send off a 8.
Oh, he's got a wonderful cue ball, Hossein Vafaei. Chris Wakelin thinks he can attempt this red and knock cannon into the pink and the red. I'm not so sure. Oh, it was such a risk. Where's the cue ball? He's okay, I think. He'll be on the blue. Oh, what a wonderful pot that was, but my goodness me, it was risky.
Blue then to lead by 30. So he'll need a couple of reds for victory. He would in the table for now remain in
6.
third position, but he'd be crucially be on 3 points. So very much a favourite to be in the playoffs later. He would join Joe O'Connor and Jackson Page, because Page playing at the moment against Leicester. They're in a decider as well. Leicester on 2 points. It's kind of starting to look like those four. There's still time for Pang, Zhengzhou and Tom Ford, but maybe the top four overnight will be the top four tonight. We'll see in due course, but Chris Wakelin looks like he's going to get there. This is match ball. It's been a dramatic contest, but this for a 3-2 win. Bearing in mind yesterday, his second match, it ended, he conceded when he could still win. He misread the scores, which means he could be fined 250 quid. So things were not going well, were they? But then, of course, the maximum last night was the highlight of the recovery in the second session, and it continues here. He's won his last 3 matches with this one.
20. Wakelin, 20.
44 in it, 35 on. It'll annoy him missing that because, you know, there's a glimmer here of Vafaei.
Well, the fact that there's a red still left on the table has a real chance for Hossein Vafaei. Should he be able to get a free ball? The only chance of him being able to get that free balls, to get the snooker and make sure that that red finishes near a colour somewhere. There's every chance that that could happen.
One.
Not now, though, because Wakelin's potted the red.
Five. 7.
Well, it's finished on the other side, 3-2 to Jackson Page. So Jackson Page's 4th point. We're going to be seeing him later, and we may well be seeing Chris Wakelin as well. It was a poor start yesterday, but of course he had the maximum last night, and he's now won 3 matches on the spin with this 3-2 victory over Hossein Vafaei. And Vafaei sitting down because he stays on. In 5 minutes' time, we will return. He will take on Tom Ford.
Yes, you stay there.
It's Joshua Filler with an absolute dominating win. Moritz Neuhausen is your new Premier League pool winner.
Elisha Schaap makes the ultimate statement. What a journey Paulo Biondo he's made to the pinnacle of a sport. Elisha Schaap has completed a terrific transatlantic double. He didn't want to jump on the table in Florida, but he can't resist this time. Aloysius, you are a superstar.
The breakthrough has come for Piers Lamutas.
Team Asia, they've won the Reyes Cup again.
David Alcade, it's your turn again, buddy.
Can you believe it? An absolute nightmare for Tyler Stoyer. Europe have won the Moscone Cup.
I'm Barry Hearn, president of Matchroom Sport.
Talk to me. I'm Eddie Hearn, the chairman of Matchroom Sport.
My son and heir, I call him my project. He's good, but he's not yet great. I'm fucking watching you.
We are the biggest sports promotional company in the world.
Matchroom started as a £100 company and now worth north of £1 billion.
Look at what the old man has done. I never wanted to work for my dad, but you have to play the hand you're dealt.
Eddie, he has ego. It's a weakness, and I won't give up control until I'm sure he's ready.
Boxing is an important element of the revenue stream, but only an element. We've got the greatest snooker player to ever play the game.
The biggest profit earner is darts.
There's no business that has the drama,
If I found out you knew about it, you're done.
the ego,
Jesus Christ. What is that?
the aggravation.
Oh, shit! We need fair judges next time.
The most important thing from my dad is winning. The world's come crashing down on us. I mean, what's going to make you feel better?
Please, could I get a packet of pickled onion Monster Munch?
We need to talk about Conor Benn. We need to get him back in a ring.
Yeah! I ain't getting on with Jake Paul.
He's taken a number of shots at me,
Come talk. Come talk. Come talk.
and I ain't going to back down.
Show me what you've got. I'm going to make our company
Bigger and better.
than ever.
Let's go!
Global domination.
Nothing less.
I still don't understand why the shirt's off.
Welcome back. Tom Ford is about to take on Hossein Vafaei, whose misery continues, having lost his first match of the day. And this is the table as it now stands. Jackson Page, having won his last match, is top of the table. Joe O'Connor and Chris Wakelin share second place, though Joe O'Connor has won more frames, just one more frame, that's why he's in second place. Elliot Slessor with a little bit of work to do. Pang Junju and Tom Ford, well, they've only played 3 matches each, so still time for them, but they're going to have to win matches now to try and get that 3rd or 4th spot to qualify for the semi-finals later on. Big match this for Tom Ford. So the players are ready. Not sure who's about to break off, possibly Hossein Vafaei. Oh no, coin tosses. Oh, well, I think Hossein did win the coin toss, but he's put Tom Ford into bat.
Tom Ford to break.
Delighted to be joined by Ben Wollaston for this match. One of your local pros, Ben.
Yeah, I've known Tom. When I first moved to Leicester, I was about 12 or 13, so I looked up to him then. He's about 4 years older than me, and he was always a top, one of the best juniors even back then. So yeah, I've known Tom a long time.
Sure, Tom Ford was in the players' lounge watching Hossein take on Chris Wakelin. He's probably delighted that Chris got the better of Hossein Vafaei. Very dispiriting for Hossein, having lost that match 3-2. He had a chance in the decider. Hasn't had the best run of the ball, Hossein Vafaei. Tom Ford, very confident player, attacking player. Been in 4 ranking finals, won the shootout, of course, Tom Ford, a couple of years ago. Very emotional victory it was as well.
Eight. Nine. 15.
Tom could play for the blue from this red, but I don't think he'd want to pot the blue because the red is occupying the blue spot.
16.
But the pink is obviously available into this right corner. Maybe he'll play up for that red next to the blue. Used all the pocket.
$22.
I always enjoy watching Tom play because he's always, his main strength's always been scoring really heavily. That's a big part of his game, and I quite like because he always lets you know how he's feeling as well, which I enjoy to watch.
Yes, that's putting it mildly. Yeah, he's very demonstrative, Tom Ford. Things aren't going well for him, you certainly know about it. In stark contrast, of course, to another Leicestershire professional, Joe O'Connor, who shows very little emotion.
30.
And yourself, Ben, you don't show a lot of emotion, do you, really?
I'm always told to pull a few faces and raise my eyebrows, but yeah. Yeah, Joe's more, yeah, really poker face.
36. $37.
Just come far enough for the pink. You can just roll this off the side cushion for a red below the pink.
Oh, lightning fast start this
43.
From Tom Ford. Break already at 43, still in good shape here.
44.
Player that needs to win a few matches today to have a chance to qualify. This will be the first of 3 matches that Tom Ford will be playing today. He's only won 1 of 3 matches played so far, but if he can win at least 2 of the remaining 3, he may give himself a chance to qualify
57.
for the semi-finals later on this afternoon. So much will depend
58.
on the victory score lines. If you win matches 3-2, you don't necessarily do yourself a big favour. If you're struggling to qualify, you need to win your matches as comfortably as possible, because the frames difference for and against
64
will be coming into the equation.
65.
In no time at all, we've reached frame ball in this opening frame.
Yeah, Tom in this break, his cue ball's just been absolutely perfect. Every single shot's been really simple. He's just made it look very easy.
71. $72.
Because some of the other players in this group that are
79.
You know, close to qualifying would prefer Hussein probably 80. To win this match, because if Tom wins this, he'd get to 2 points, and then it'd make the group a lot closer.
Possible break of 138 on here for Tom Ford. Should he take blacks with the remaining reds?
88.
Is he on the red?
95. $96.
This break could have only been maybe 6 or 7 minutes. It's been pretty fluent stuff from Tom.
103.
Oh, what a shame he's missed the red. So no total clearance on Tom Ford, but what a great start from him. A break of 103 in the very first frame. And he takes it to lead, 1-0. So we're going to have a look now at table 2. Pang Junju is taking on Joe O'Connor, and it's Joe O'Connor who started the better. He's in amongst the balls here in frame 1. Joe O'Connor played very well yesterday, but he'd like to play that pink again. We'd be pleased.
Joe O'Connor,
he made a complete hash of the positional aspect of the shot as well, so he's missed the pink, but no obvious harm done. Pang Junju, very, very, very solid player indeed, but didn't have the best of days yesterday. Pang Junju currently 5th in the group, but he has 3 matches still to play, including this one. So he, like Tom Ford, if he can win at least 2 or all of his remaining matches, he'll probably qualify for the semi-finals. Breaking off is a player that's got no chance of qualification, and it's very unlikely now that he could even get 5th place. He's almost certain to be relegated. I'll say for 5. In fact, he will be, because he's only got a couple of matches to play, and he hasn't won one yet.
One.
Fluke there from Tom. See him put his hand up. He knew it was going in when it was halfway to the pocket.
Same for 5. Sitting ever lower in his chair. He suffered a lot of flukes today. I think Chris Wakelin had at least 2 against him in that opening match. Are you one of these players, Ben, that likes to play on home soil so you can go home after every match, or do you prefer to travel to events?
I don't really mind, to be honest. I know Tom really doesn't like actually playing, you know, at home. It is a bit of a strange feeling because you just expect to be in a hotel, and you know, sometimes when I've played in Leicester before, I'm at home an hour before I play, which is a strange feeling. But you know, you're still playing on a snooker table, so you just got to play. He's landed a bit near the side cushion here, Tom, but at least he's got the black and pink into play now. So if you can pot a red here and get on a colour, you'd have turned it into a good chance.
I'm just wondering how straight the red is just above the black. If he can drop it in, does the cue ball cannon into the black, and he'd hold for the pink if that were the case. As you say, he does have potable balls, but there's nothing easy on here by any means. Oh, he played the shots I suggested, but he didn't drop it in. He ran through the black, so he's tied the black up, and that won't help, but he is on the pink still.
$23. $25.
That was a beautiful shot there from Tom. Judged the pace absolutely perfectly for these two reds.
26.
Same Vafaei hasn't potted a ball in this match yet, and Tom Ford stays at the table for another 2 or 3 minutes. He'll be 2-0 ahead, and that will still be the case.
$32. $33. $39. $40. $46. $47. $53. $54.
Yeah, so just this
60.
red will need, Hussein will need snookers. Did come off a fluke this break, but Tom's been absolutely perfect ever since.
I wonder if Tom can pot this red and screw into the red that's near the right-hand centre pocket there to bring it into play. It's a sort of shot that he would attempt if it's on. Just didn't quite have the angle on it. But he may be nicely on this pink to run through into the red and the black. Oh, it's a little unfortunate. Can still pot the red to the right centre pocket, but it's very tough from where the cue ball is. No problem though. What a start this is from the local Leicestershire man.
Tom Ford 80.
Oh, what a shame. So no second consecutive century break from Tom Ford, but that excellent break of 80 to go with 103 in frame one extends his lead to 2-0. Sure, Tom's very happy there with his morning's work so far. Needs to win a couple of matches. Didn't have the best day yesterday, but if he can carry on playing like this, he'll still have a chance of qualification, you feel. Saying probably quite reflective on what's gone on in this whole group, really. I just feel he's had a very poor run of the ball at times, and he's managed to not show too much adverse emotion, really. He's just stuck to his task, and it's difficult, isn't it, Ben, you know, when things aren't going your way, to keep your mind focused and concentrated and not show negative emotion.
Yeah, especially he knows now at this stage he's not, you know, he's going to be out of this group. But he's still got to treat it, you know, £100 a frame, and treat it as more match practice. So even in his last match, if he does lose this one, he's still got to play as if it was his first match of the group.
The third frame, Tom Ford to break.
So Tom Ford, in no time at all, is within a frame of victory as he breaks off with his third frame. Is he taking this red on? What a super pot that was, and he's on the black. I mean, what a shot that is. I think, Ben, when you're 2-0 ahead, you probably fancy that. If you're 2-0 behind, you don't.
Yeah, he was really eager to go for something there, especially the way he's played in these first two frames. But as you said, Dominic, that was an amazing shot with the spider.
8.
You were with me in commentary yesterday when Chris Wakelin made his first career maximum. Tom has already made 5 in his career, but what a chance this is.
9.
Yeah, knowing Tom, he loves the 147. You know, even in practice, he makes loads. I'd imagine he'd already be thinking about it.
$16. 17. 22.
Well, couldn't keep the maximum attempt going, but He's still in decent position here. He can hold for the black to the right corner if he drops this in very slowly. Decided instead to across the face of the black to play it in the left corner. A little more angle on this black though than he wanted to have, but he should be okay.
$30. $31. $38.
Looks to have been unlucky there, Tom. I think he thought there was no way he wouldn't land on a red there, but it looks like that's what's happened.
Yeah, absolutely, Ben. He couldn't have played the pack opener much better than he did. He's very unlucky not to even have a chance of a pot unless he wants to take the long one on into the yellow pocket.
Don't fork. 38.
I think he thought that was in, Ben.
Yeah, he seemed to be walking. Yeah, maybe it rolled off a little bit, but I don't think it did. He just assumed it was in. And the way Tom's been in this match so far, you'd expect that to be Hussein's last shot in this match.
$6. 7.
Oh, Tom will be a little disappointed that he's not high side of the blue. He'll have to play for red now into this right corner from mid-distance. Pink will pot into the left corner. He doesn't necessarily
12.
have to stun back up for the blue.
$13. Don't fort. 13.
Well, it always looked a little wide, the pink, but how fortunate was Tom there to snooker the red near the right corner with the black.
But when you're having a bad time like Hussein is in this group, things like that always seem to go against you.
Looks as though Hussein is going to try to contrive some way of potting that red near the corner pocket. Cannon off this red onto the one near the pocket. Oh, what a shot. Incredibly, that's the first pot of this match for Hussein Vafaei. tried to play for the red in bulk, but as you can see, he's snookered on it, and he can't play a safety into bulk with that red there now.
7.
44 points behind. I think the best thing Vafaei can do here is to try to bring one of the awkward reds into play. But of course, he's got to be careful not to leave that red near the green, possible for Tom Ford, who's in such great form.
Vafaei, 7.
Well, I wonder if that will be the last shot of this match. If I'm saying Vafaei, this red will cut in, and Tom's great at cutting balls back. Sorry, Tom. Just jinxed you, old boy.
One.
Just give you a quick update on table 2. Joe O'Connor did win that first frame against Pang Junju, but Pang Junju's in early on in the second frame.
Five.
Needs to be careful not to cannon the red near the pink too fully here, because he could chip that pink towards the corner pocket. He's avoided it though.
6.
Big chance this for Hossein Vafaei here. Just that one awkward red to deal with.
$13. $14.
He might leave himself an angle on this red by the pink to bring the other red that's on the cushion.
21.
Yeah, it'd be a good shot to play because the pink is below its spot, so if he cannons the red, he'll be on the pink if he can cannon it fully. Oh, he caught it half ball. Needs a bit of luck now.
22.
So often today, Hossein has had very little good running. Still popped this yellow though. But could have been more straightforward. In it goes though. So that's the awkward red dealt with. No reason now why he can't go on and win this frame from here.
$25. $30. Vafaei, 30.
That's probably a loss of concentration and focus as much as anything else. It wasn't difficult, that red. And he has left this for Tom Ford. Don't expect to see him miss this, and if he gets on a colour, frame and match will be at his mercy. He's already 14 points ahead.
1.
That was the last shot really that could go wrong for Tom, that yellow with the rest. So just this green and brown, and it would be a good 3-0 win for Tom.
8.
Yes, I was saying didn't pot a ball until this third frame, and he had a couple of chances, as did Tom early on. He could have actually
12.
kept Hossein completely pointless.
17. 23.
In goes the pink. Tom Ford doesn't worry about the black. Hossein Vafaei thoroughly spifflicated there. I think he's got a few issues with his tip. Who knows, but it's a great performance from Tom Ford. Catalyst to his victory with breaks of 103 and 80. Just discussing what's gone on in that match and looking at each other's cues, goodness knows what. Anyway, we're going to take a 5-minute break, and coming up, Tom Ford will remain tableside to take on Gateshead's Elliot Slessor. That's coming up for you in about 5 minutes from now. Please stay with us.
Joshua Filler with an absolute dominating win. Maurice Neuhausen is your new Premier League pool winner.
Elisha Schaap makes the ultimate statement. What a journey Paulo Biondo he's made to the pinnacle of a sport. Elisha Schaap has completed a terrific transatlantic double. He didn't want to jump on the table in Florida, but he can't resist this time. Aloysius, you are a superstar.
The breakthrough has come for Pius Lamutas. Team Asia, they've won the Reyes Cup again.
David Alcade, it's your turn again, buddy.
Can you believe it? An absolute nightmare for Tyler Steuer. Europe have won the Mosconi Cup.
I'm Barry Hearn, president of Matchroom Sport.
Talk to me. I'm Eddie Hearn, the chairman of Matchroom Sport.
My son and heir, I call him my project. He's good, but he's not yet great. I'm fucking watching you.
We are the biggest sports promotional company in the world.
Matchroom started as a £100 company and now worth north of £1 billion.
Look at what the old man has done. I never wanted to work for my dad, but you have to play the hand you're dealt.
Eddie, he has ego. It's a weakness, and I won't give up control until I'm sure he's ready.
Boxing is an important element of the revenue stream, but only an element. We've got the greatest snooker player to ever play the game.
The biggest profit earner is darts.
There's no business that has the drama.
If I found out you knew about it, you're done.
The ego. Jesus Christ. What is that? The aggravation.
Oh, shit! We need fair judges next time.
The most important thing for my dad is winning. The world's come crashing down on us. I mean, what's going to make you feel better?
Please, could I get a packet of pickled onion Monster Munch?
We need to talk about Conor Benn. We need to get him back in a ring.
Yeah! I ain't getting on with Jake Paul.
He's taken a number of shots at me.
Come talk.
And I ain't going to back down.
Show me what you've got. I'm going to make our company
bigger and better
than ever.
Let's go!
Global domination.
Nothing less.
I still don't understand why the shirt's off.
So a pretty swift win for Tom Ford, and he'll be back on, as you can see shortly, against Elliot Slessor, who could do with a win here, couldn't he? Because he slipped into 5th place. Of course, Ford, that victory with the frames 1, he's just gone ahead of Slessor, both on 2 points, but of course then it goes on frames 1, Ford 9, Slessor 8. So this actually is a big match to see who gets to 3 points. So the players having a little preamble, but now the serious stuff begins.
First frame, Elliot Slessor to break.
Because they've both got another match after this. Slessor plays Pang Junzhu and Ford plays O'Connor, but as I say, whoever wins this one gets to 3 points. So it is an important one for sure. Ford coming into it full of momentum, of course, after that previous victory. And straight away, first shot knocks in a long red.
1.
He actually scored well yesterday. He had a 1-3-9 and a 1-2-9, even though the results didn't necessarily go his way. He was playing the game he plays, which is on the attack, trying to score.
5.
Yeah, whoever wins this match will put themselves in a really strong position to get through to the knockout stage, or at least whoever wins it probably won't be relegated from this group. And if Pang wins on the other table, then the group will be really tight, because he'd move to 2 points as well.
Yeah, it's that time in the group where if you're not careful as a player, you can end up sort of overthinking what's going on. Just try and win. If you're winning, you should be all right. There's lots of permutations, but you don't need to sort of get into all of that. It does happen, though.
Just wondering here if Tom might attempt to move this red by the black to free the black. He doesn't have
70.
to, but the shot is on.
$18. $22. $23.
Yeah, that's all he could do there with the black spine, so I think you're going to try and pop this red into the yellow pocket.
$31.
He's on fire so far today, Tom.
$38. Attention ball.
Well, this is known as the swan neck, this bit of equipment.
Yeah, it's probably the least used piece of equipment. The spider and extended spider are used a lot more, but swan neck's really rare. It's just when you need some extra height to get over the balls. But Tom won't be happy with that safety, catching the blue, and he's left Elliot a chance.
Yeah, I mean, the rests haven't really changed, have they, much over the years? You know, I mean, I know people have had various ideas for different ones, but not been a lot of innovation in that area.
$8.
Ooh.
That's Leicester.
Well, speaking of rests, he's missed that one and left it hanging in the jaws. Ford already 30 in front. I always think on day 2 in this competition, it always seems a little bit more intense because, of course, there is a chance at the end of the day to be in that group final with a chance to get in the winners group. Although Ford hasn't looked under it today at all, has he? He's looked the opposite.
Yeah, because the first 2 matches on tables 1 and 2 today were a little bit slower, really, than yesterday, showing, you know, it's a bit more tense. But so far, Tom, in his first match today and this frame already, you think there's no pressure whatsoever.
Yeah, if you've had a sort of bad first day, you can sometimes come here sort of thinking, well, I probably won't qualify, so I'll just sort of almost throw my arm at a few, and then of course you start winning matches, and there you are later in the day, you have qualified. We're actually 9 centuries yesterday, you know. It's back to work, isn't it? January 2nd, you know, not everyone would have been practising through Christmas by any means, but it didn't take long for the quality to come, and of course we had the maximum in the evening, Chris Wakelin.
17.
Was that your first 147, Ben, in the commentary box?
Yeah, it was. It's quite exciting. Yeah, it's the first one I've commentated on.
24.
Looks like there's a free ball plant there into the same pocket. He's just popped 25. That red. But he doesn't need to play the plant because I'm sure at least 1 or 2 of the reds go into the opposite black pocket. You must have done quite a few, Dave. You probably lost count.
Well, I mean, it sounds bad, but I have. But I mean, they're all special for the players, of course, and we saw what it meant to Chris. And you just wonder how many there will be by the end of the season. That's 17 now. You know, there's a lot of snooker qualifying, of course. All the tournaments as well. So, got to think it'd be nearer 25, maybe even more than that. The record was set last season, wasn't it? 15, so it really has been an incredible season.
38.
Well, he thought he'd missed the black, but anyway, Slessor has kind of conceded, so yeah, he didn't think it was in, but it's in, and the frame is his. Of course, Slessor missed the red with the rest to the opposite corner pocket, and it is Tom Ford's frame. And Tom Ford, a man on a mission this morning, because he's played 4-1-4, and of course it's such a big match with the two players both on 2 points. Obviously only one can get to 3, so Ford playing like it's kind of a very open match, which from his perspective of course he likes, but it is a very important one as well. The other match right now, Pang Zhengzhou and Joe O'Connor is 1 each on table 2. And of course we do have the extra match coming onto this table. After this one, it'll be Pang against Hossein Vafaei. Table 2 will be Chris Wakelin, Jackson Page.
One.
Just on what Ben was saying about Pang Zhengzhou, if he were to beat Joe O'Connor, he'd go to 2 points, but he'd also go both because he'd have 10 frames. Ford's got 9, Slessor 8 as it stands. Of course, that's not including this match right now. So it is going to get tight, potentially, in terms of who's going to get in the top 5, which at least would mean you'd come back for Group 2 tomorrow.
7.
Started well for Slessor yesterday. He beat Chris Wakelin 3-0. At the end of the day, beating Vafaei 3-0 as he tries to get into the reds, and just, it's incredible. I mean, if you tried to do that, you'd struggle, wouldn't you? You just hit 1.
11.
Yeah, it was a great effort. He can get some power, Elliot. I think I'd have broke my arm if I'd have hit the ball that hard.
Well, it was unlucky, really, but you know, he didn't make a meal of it, did he? He didn't sort of stand there giving it the woe is me. He just got on with it, which is something he's been working on.
Yeah, Elliott puts a lot of it down to working with Chris Henry. You know, he's the first to admit that his attitude wasn't great, and it's still not perfect, but it's definitely better than it was a couple of seasons ago.
Yeah, and it could be the missing piece, couldn't it, in terms of him winning a tournament?
On the white? Yeah.
Tom Ford's saying there's a hair on the cue ball. Elliott Sless is saying it's not mine.
Tom clip off these reds and try and line Elliott behind the green. So snooker him again on all reds, but little drop of the head there, he knew he'd hit that a little bit thin.
Yeah, holds his hand up, very nearly collided with the red on the side cushion. I think the problem is he hasn't played many safety shots this morning. He's sort of trying to get back into the habit of playing a few. But of course he's had a very good grounding in snooker, Tom Ford, coming from this fine city. And a very impressive junior career. He's been a pro 25 years now. But another, well, this time it is a mistake, which he doesn't look like he's got away with.
One. Three.
Played to go past that red, but it still worked out fine. So he's got the red to the corner. Screw back for the blue.
Four. 10. $16.
Yes, Leicester Light Ford had a good grounding as a junior because the northeast of England's always been a vibrant Q Sports area, snooker and billiards. There was a chap there, Stan Chambers, sadly passed away a few years ago, but he was really, a bit like Malcolm Thorne here in Leicester, was really
23.
Someone who devoted so much time to giving new players an opportunity, organising tournaments and giving them advice, coaching.
24. $30. $31.
He's building the break here nicely, Elliot. If he pots the pink, he'll be 48 in front. So he's still going to need at least 3 more reds. He's landed a bit straight on this red
37.
now. Possibly, if he's straight enough on this red in the middle, he might play that. But I think he's decided just to roll this red in and maybe put a colour safe.
$38. Pink ball.
Yeah, that's the plan. 49 in front.
Tom would like to get this black in play as early as possible.
I'll just call it all wrong. And now, of course, the black is free.
1.
Not much angle on the blue. So looking at the brown.
He's just got to be careful of the pink below his t-shirt. He doesn't foul it, and that might. He might play the yellow instead, just because the pink's in the way of him leaning down properly. He's back to the brown. He's very close with his arm.
Five. Six.
Tom just joking. I didn't realise. He didn't realise he could screw back that far. Can pot a few colours here, but just don't think he can really get on the next red. So he might decide to bring this pink off the cushion.
Comfort. 6. Elliot's attempting, I think, this red into the middle pocket because he only needs possibly red colour red. Just pushed it to the near jaw.
There's a lot of apologising going on, isn't there? It, again, was a bit of a miss-hit, but he covered that red crucially to middle. The thing is, in this format, in any format, but particularly in this league, every frame counts the same, whether it's a scrap, which this is, or a 147, which we saw from Wakelin. All counts towards the tally. Well, not too hopeful from Schlecher. I don't know what to do, he said. He's going to have to think of something.
Yeah, I'm looking myself, or I'd actually play myself. He's in a really tricky situation here. Yeah, that was brilliant. You heard Tom say what a good shot that was.
Yeah, so Schlecher 43 to the good. A terrific return from Ford. Well behaved, these two, aren't they? Applauding each other's shots, apologising for flukes.
Yeah, almost seems too nice.
Ooh.
Oh, miss on 4-4.
Schlecher just pointing where he felt the cue ball was. Well, got it on the way back up. Another apology. I thought sorry was supposed to be the hardest word. I mean, the game's changed years ago. The sort of Thorburn era, those hard men of the 80s, you never heard a word of apology.
I know you always hear Stephen Hendry say that he doesn't like it all being so nice, because he was ruthless when he was at his best.
Yeah, because he came up in that era when he turned pro. It was all those, you know, the Eddie Charltons and those guys. There's Tom trying to do a little shimmy there to throw the cue ball. Of course, that's never been a thing. It's never worked. What he just did. The white was going in regardless. Well, now, a mistake, so we will, of course, need a couple of reds here to nail this frame down.
Wow. Ping ball.
Again, looking to put the ping safe, having not landed nicely on a colour. Just sort of trying to rock this frame to sleep, really, Elliot Schlecher.
Yeah, he's put the pink safe, brown safe, yellow safe. So he is in a strong position in this frame at the moment. This could be a free ball.
Foul, the miss. It's Leicester 4
Yep.
and the free ball.
Yeah, that's a massive error, isn't it, from Ford?
Green ball.
Huge. So you can take the green as a red, and then colour to follow. Ford will need a snooker. This will put him 54 in front with 51 on. So it kind of looked innocuous in a way, the shot Ford played, but it's actually very significant and could have, you know, big significance ultimately in the group overall.
6.
Tom Ford has conceded, so it was quite a scrappy frame, but it's been won by Elliot Slesser, who's level here at 1 each. Remember, both of these at the moment on 2 points. Pang Zhengzhou trying to get there as well. He's just gone 2-1 up against Joe O'Connor, so he's on 1 point at the moment. But of course, as I say, Pang will go to 2 points if he wins that. O'Connor on 3. So at the moment, Jackson Page on 4, O'Connor and Wakelin on 3, Ford and Slesser on 2, Pang on 1, Hossein Vafaei, of course, played 5 and on 0. So it's going to be a bit of a scramble potentially to see. I mean, Vafaei, surely he's going to be relegated, but who the other relegated player is going to be? And it's going to come down to obviously the various metrics: frames won, least frames lost, all the rest of it. Maybe a match between two players. We'll see in the shake-up later on. The semi-finals and final will follow here this evening. We can just have a look at table 2. They just started the next frame. Two very kind of stubborn characters here. Joe O'Connor, fantastic match player, and Pang as well is proven in the few years he's been on tour that he's very hard to beat. We saw him a couple of big scalps at the UK Championship. Mark Williams was one of them, wasn't he? Got to the quarter-finals there. But O'Connor, the difference in the match is O'Connor did a lot of his work yesterday. Put himself in this position where he's looking good for the playoffs. He's got another match after this as well. Pang's actually got 2 more. I mean, this is only the second match on table 2, so Pang's going to play Vafaei, who I suspect is a bit demotivated, and then Elliot Slesser later on table 2 here. So Pang could actually still get to 4 points. So that continues live, of course, on Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel, but Slesser returning after that.
The third frame, and it's Slesser to break.
Quite dramatic end in the shake-up in frame 2, 1 each.
What a great pot there from Tom. Really brave shot, knowing he was leaving the balls on for Elliot.
Nine. $16. 17. $24. 25. $32.
Well, played to stay on the black, so this is the 5th black.
$40.
It's the only red he's got, which is in the middle pocket. Difficult to know how tricky it is. He's good pot.
41.
Yeah, maximum attempt over, but glorious chance with the reds open now to kill this frame off quickly. Oh, is it the yellow though?
46.
Yeah, catching the yellow left, of course, the red far more difficult, and he didn't really threaten to pot it. So a bustling 46, but the break's over. This was not close.
One.
Yeah, it's a good chance for Elliott to counter-attack in this frame. He's got 6 or 7 loose reds, which will get him roughly level in this frame. One red's safe and the yellow's safe, but he can just concentrate on these loose reds at this time.
$14. $15. $22. $23. $30. $31. $36. $37. 42.
Yes, Elliot, pot this black, get on the second last red, and he'll be looking for an angle on a colour to remove that red off the cushion.
50.51.
Just gone a bit too far, so want it to be a little bit straighter on this red. So you just point his cue where to leave the white to be able to remove the yellow off the cushion as well. So you can play for pink or blue here.
Yeah, it caught the cushion quite quickly, didn't it? I mean, that shouldn't have gone in, and it didn't. But Tom Ford will still have the issue of the yellow himself. Of course, it's there because he caught it trying to go around the angles of the blue earlier when his break ended.
He could also leave a double on this yellow. It's just entirely how Tom sees it. Bless you.
Well, it's that time of year, I suppose. A few germs around. More now after that.
So he's decided to leave the double here, Tom.
It's in the lap of the gods, isn't it? If you miss the double, exactly where it's all going to finish, he's happy enough. It looked good on the way, didn't it? But just didn't quite find its target.
Just put the yellow on the right hand side cushion and try and snooker him with the green and brown. Looks good.
Miss, it's less than 4. so far from the cushion?
Yeah, I had my hand on the table. Yeah, it's a bit further over. Yeah, I'm going the same way anyway.
Yeah.
Possible chance for Elliott to cut this in the bottom right hand pocket. Where's this yellow going? Is it going to leave it over the middle pocket for Elliott? Yeah, it's run far enough.
It's Leicester 12 in front, so he needs yellow, green and brown for a 2-1 lead.
True.
Green does pot into the yellow pocket, but if he does go for it, he'd have to play it very slow, so he might refuse it.
Yeah, that's
Meanwhile, I can tell you Pang Jiangsu has beaten Joe O'Connor 3-1, so Pang goes to 2 points, and for now he goes above both of these two, having won one more frame, although of course we'll have to factor in what happens here. But he's got 2 more matches to play, Pang, so he's, you know, got a chance now to put himself in the playoffs. O'Connor remains on 3 points, so it's getting tighter in the table. 2 points between players 1 to 6 now.
Elliott just probably gave the safety advantage to Tom now. Tom try and get this white in behind the black. Be disappointed with that Tom. Hit quite a lot of balls to snooker Elliott behind.
Well, Ford must have been concerned when he left that yellow, but now he has a chance at the green. Needs them all.
3.
Played that nicely with a lot of drag to slow the white down so he could stay on the brown.
Topsy-turvy frame. They both had the chances. Ford, though, big favourite now for a 2-1 lead.
12.
It's Leicester in danger of being squeezed out of this whole group.
25 and frame, Tom Ford.
Little smile from Ford. It was a dramatic frame, and he's won it in the end with a green to black clearance. So he leads 2-1. Just to reiterate then, so Pang has beaten Joe O'Connor 3-1. The next match on table 2 will be Chris Wakelin against Jackson Page. But the table, of course, at this stage changing all the time. This is how it stands at the moment. So as you see, Pang has gone into 4th place because he's tied on 2 points with Ford and Slessor, but he's now got 10 frames. Of course, that's not including any frames they've won in this match. So it'll change again. The bottom line is whoever wins this match is looking good on 3 points. Whoever loses it is going to be looking like in the relegation zone for now. So it's, well, it's tightening up. And as I say, Pang, the other thing to say about him, he's got 2 more matches to play yet, so could potentially get another 2 points. So it's becoming a scrap here, and just 2 points separating players 1 to 6. Jackson Page looking very good, of course, on 4. But as for the rest of it, it's a bit of a scrap to see who gets into that top 4 ultimately. And of course, Wakelin and Page, they play next, so one of those two is going to get to 4 there. Sorry, Page is on 4. See, it's complicated, I did say. But Wakelin can join him. Meanwhile, Tom Ford breaking off in frame 4, leading 2-1. Yeah, we were saying in the old days at Crondon Park, of course, you'd be aware of what was happening on the other table, so you could, if you knew what, you know, what had to happen in that match, you could actually see it physically. But that's not the case now. So, you know, you see the odd sort of strategic toilet break where a player may just glance at the scoreboard on the way through on the other table, see what's happening. Well, that is about as bad as it could have gone, especially having failed to win the last frame. Out of his hands now as to whether he even gets back to the table.
Yeah, as you said, Dave, it looks, if Pang wins one of his last 2 matches, that either Tom or Elliot are going to have to get to 3 points, otherwise they'll be relegated. So, yeah, this is a really big match.
Yeah, and Slessor actually, in his last match, plays Pang, so that could be really, really big. Wow. Ford's got to play Joe O'Connor.
$13. $14.
it's not straightforward for Tom at the moment because the black's obviously tied up and the pink only goes into this one corner pocket. Yeah, Tom was trying there to avoid the pink and just hit those reds, but because he hit the pink, lost a bit of pace out the white. So will he go for this red in the middle? Looks like he's going for it.
Yeah, I mean, he's not turned much down, has he, today over the two matches? Of course, it worked in the first one, but didn't get that one. So Slessor not really punished for his last shot. Just 26 behind as he comes back to the table. Oh, hang on. Ooh. Nearly an outrageous fluke, but another mistake and another chance for Ford to pick up where he left off.
Yeah, and with Elliott missing that red, he opened 2 or 3 more reds for Tom. So even though pink and black are not in play, he's got at least 4 reds in the open to build a lead.
Well, Slessor will certainly be fearing the worst now. He had a good chance really in that last frame. Just didn't quite control the shot from the yellow in the middle for the green, and eventually, of course, Ford made the clearance.
Yeah, so red and pink, or red and blue. Red and pink will put him 60 in front, so he's still going to need one more red.
He's shown good attitude, hasn't he, in this session? He won 3-0 in about 32 minutes against Vafaei. He's been very positive. Really tried to go for it, make things happen. And there's another example there. There was no holding back, was there?
34.
Yeah, will this red cut? He's down quickly, but it's very thin.
Well, there's the answer. It was thin, wasn't it? Good grief, it was thin. And Sless has seen enough. He's walking forward to shake hands. 59 behind, 61 on. Not happy because he's in trouble now. Going to have to get something out of his last match with Pang Jung-Soo. Otherwise, he's going to be relegated from the Championship League. And he started the day in good shape on 2 points. It can all change, of course, in the coming matches. We've got another one to bring you shortly. In 5 minutes' time, it's Pang Jung-Soo against Vafaei.
It's Joshua Filler with an absolute dominating win. Moritz Neuhausen is your new Premier League Pool winner.
Elisha Schaap makes the ultimate statement. What a journey Paulo Biondo he's made to the pinnacle of a sport. Elisha Schaap has completed a terrific transatlantic double. He didn't want to jump on the table in Florida, but he can't resist this time. Aloysius, you are a superstar.
The breakthrough has come for Piers Lamutus.
Team Asia, they've won the Reyes Cup again.
David Alcade, it's your turn again, buddy.
Can you believe it? An absolute nightmare for Tyler Steuer. Europe have won the Mosconi Cup.
I'm Barry Hearn, president of Matchroom Sport.
Talk to me. I'm Eddie Hearn, I'm the chairman of Matchroom Sport.
My son and heir, I call him my project. He's good, but he's not yet great. I'm fucking watching you.
We are the biggest sports promotional company in the world.
Matchroom started as a £100 company and now worth north of £1 billion.
Look at what the old man has done. I never wanted to work for my dad, but you have to play the hand you're dealt.
Eddie, he has ego. It's a weakness, and I won't give up control until I'm sure he's ready.
Boxing is an important element of the revenue stream, but only an element. We've got the greatest snooker player to ever play the game.
The biggest profit earner is darts.
There's no business that has the drama.
I found out you knew about it. You're done.
The ego.
Jesus Christ. What is that?
The aggravation.
Oh, shit! We need fair judges next time.
The most important thing for my dad is winning. The world's come crashing down on us. I mean, what's going to make you feel better?
Please, could I get a packet of pickled onion Monster Munch?
We need to talk about Conor Benn. We need to get him back in a ring.
Yeah! How you getting on with Jake Paul?
He's taken a number of shots at me.
Come talk! Come talk! Come talk!
And I ain't going to back down.
Show me what you've got. I'm going to make our company
bigger and better
than ever.
Let's go!
Global domination.
Nothing less.
I still don't understand why the shirt's off.
So the Group 1 table here at the BetVictor Championship League has tightened up considerably after that last couple of results. Victories for Pang Junxu and Tom Ford. So Jackson Page still top on 4 points. Ford, O'Connor and Wakelin all on 3. Pang and Slessor on 2, but as you can see, Slessor has fallen into the relegation zone with 1 match to play. Hussein Vafaei, of course, no points, so he clearly is going to be relegated. He's only got 1 match to play. Slessor plays Pang later, so it's a huge match. But before that, of course, Pang is about to play Vafaei, who, you know, may be a little demotivated. So Pang has sort of steadily climbed that table today, and still the opportunity with 2 more matches to go to get to 4 points. So it's all sort of changing all the time. Chris Wakelin on table 2's lost the first frame to Jackson Page, so Wakelin certainly not safe yet either, even though of course he did recover from losing his first 2 matches to take the next
24.
3. He's playing his last one now, as we can see here. 46 in front, great chance where the balls are to make it 1 each. So the scramble is on for places. It always happens, doesn't it? I mean, that's the format, that's the competition. At this stage, you're kind of looking at the table, trying to work out what you need to do. But it's the same as any tournament, just try and win. And that should mean that things look after themselves.
I've been speaking to Chris in the Players' Lounge, and he said none of the players actually that I saw in the Players' Lounge were looking at any league tables as things stood, unless they've been on their phones looking on the internet at them. But sometimes it's better not to know.
33.
This was always going to be an interesting match, though. Jackson Page in great form, assured of qualification. Chris Wakelin getting better and better, it seems, with every match he plays.
I think it's true it's better not to sort of spend too much time looking at it, because we've seen situations before where a player sort of thinks they only need a frame, and actually it's not always right, you know, because they haven't worked it out right or something's changed. So just try and get to 3, get the win on the board, get the point. If Wakelin does win this match, then he will go up the table to well, at least second, possibly first, because Page is first at the moment, but it just depends on the amount of frames won on either side. But 4 points, he'll be in the playoffs, his bottom line, so it's in his hands and it's looking good for 1 each here.
43.
Just waiting for our players on table 1 to get the match underway, Pang and Vafaei.
Well, if Pang were to win that match, Dave, he'd leapfrog a couple of players and he'd be in a qualifying position.
Yeah, exactly. So it's a big match. Chris Wakelin, Jackson Page continues on the Match with Multisport YouTube channel. It's going to be 1-all. Pang's a very hard worker. He puts a lot of practice in. And he dug out that victory a short time ago on table 2 over Joe O'Connor, 3-1. Hussein, it's been a bit of a nightmare for him. Hussein Vafaei's lost all 5. Can still get another £300 out of the tournament, though, and get at least a point. But he's going to be relegated, of course. sometimes in this situation, players, when they know they're out, they just sort of throw caution to the wind, but it doesn't always happen.
Well, he thought that would be a shot to nothing, and it probably would have been had he managed to get much closer to the pot than he did. I was speaking to Hussein upstairs, actually, in the Players' Lounge. He does have qualifiers to play. Potentially, he could be playing Anthony McGill in the German Masters qualifier. So he is treating these remaining matches very seriously, because this is terrific match practice against, you know, some great players. Oh, that's not the kiss that Pang was hoping for there. He's left the red on. And this is a great chance here to score heavily.
Yeah, he didn't get close to the pot, did he? So after that, it's in the lap of the gods, really.
What?
Yeah, I mean, if he could end on a high, if he could just win a match and win it well, then at least he leaves the Mattioli Arena feeling a bit better about things. Yeah, big week of qualifying up in Sheffield, starting on Monday, the German Masters qualifiers, and then at the end of the week, the Welsh Open qualifiers.
Eight.
Well, he could attempt the red to the right centre. The cue ball may well flick off the red just above it, and he'd be nicely on the blue or bolt colours potentially. Just that to perfection. He'd be delighted with that outcome, because he's pushed the other red, of course, near the yellow pocket. All helps.
Well, right now, Elliot Slesser is a big Hossein Vafaei fan, I'm sure. He'd love to see the Iranian get the job done here, because then, of course, Slesser plays Pang when the evening session starts at 4:30.
15.
Still very much in the shake-up himself.
Well, he's overhit that considerably. He could still play the red to the right corner. He'd be bringing other reds into play, but there wouldn't be a guarantee now of position to either pink or black. So how does he decide to play this? Screw back off the pack. That was the easiest way to guarantee position, but as you can see, he's close to the side cushion. He's very straight on the black. Goodness me. Ah, he was in fabulous... Hang on. Oh, well, do you know, I was going to say there, when I saw the black approaching the corner pocket, he's due a bit of luck, and I thought he was going to get some there. But no, it wasn't to be.
Well, I mean, had that gone in, I know it's only January the 3rd, it would have been fluke of the year, wouldn't it? But not to be. Of course, had it gone up the cushion rail and dropped in the middle pocket, or even the corner pocket, it would count. As it is, he's handed Pang the initiative. Not seen much of him on table one. Of course, he did play Wakelin last night in the match where Chris made the maximum. But he's 27 in the world rankings, a recent quarter-finalist at the UK Championship. Played a couple of times at the Crucible. And of course was runner-up in a ranking event here, the WST Classic, 2 years ago.
Yes, he was involved in a terrific match at the Crucible against Robert Milkins. Just lost in a deciding frame, 10-9, but he was in amongst the balls in the decider. Missed either the red or the brown to the right centre, which cost him dearly. It was a great match.
Beat Zhang Anda, didn't he, last year in round 1, lost to Ronnie O'Sullivan in round 2. Right. But he's known as a hard worker. He really does put the work in, and can be a tough nut to crack as well. He's quite a stubborn player, and I mean that as a compliment.
Yeah, as a snooker player, you can always tell the hard workers, and they're always the solid all-round players, like a Pang Junju and Elliot Slesser, Chris Wakelin. Those are the players that practice the hardest. It's the natural players that are a little bit hit and miss with the amount of practice that they do.
Wakelin, by the way, made 79 in that second frame that we were watching, so 1-all with Jackson Page. Every frame at this stage is going to count, of course, towards the table.
These reds are all in one another's way. I don't know if it's advisable to try and go into them at all with a gentle pace. I can only assume, oh, of course, yes, the bottom red of the two below the pink spot will certainly pot into the corner pocket.
17.
He could have done with being a little bit closer to it. Well, that's fortunate. He didn't play for this gap.
Well, only won one match yesterday, but he made a couple of centuries, so you know he scored well in this event already. One of 28 players from mainland China on the World Snooker Tour.
25.
And still, he's only 25 years of age, so plenty of time to prove yet.
And he certainly is improving. He seems to be getting better with every season that he plays. And I think that's just because, from a break building point of view, he scores a little more than he did a couple of seasons ago. And he makes fewer mistakes.
34.
The disadvantage I think a lot of the Chinese players have had, perhaps less so now, is the fact that growing up in China and practicing with players in China who probably didn't know the game as well as the British players did. So many British players had great amateur careers, and when you were coming up
41.
as a junior amateur player, playing experienced players that knew the game inside and out, you learned very quickly. You learned from your mistakes as a junior, but I think a lot of the Chinese players on the tour do a lot of their learning whilst they're on the tour against the players that know the game.
So Vafaei missed that black at pace, nearly fluked it outrageously, but Pang has restored a bit of calm to this first frame, and it's in his hands to get it won. This is a lead by 36. Just not been a happy couple of days, has it, for Hussein Vafaei? He's only won 4 frames in 5 matches. Another red needed after the blue.
Oh, that was expertly judged. Played that cue ball around the angles between the bolt colours to absolute perfection. Cannon's green or brown or even the pink, he may have been out of position. A superb positional shot there. He's very technically minded, Pang Junju, isn't he? The natural players think of everything from the cue ball to the pocket, the object ball. The natural players do that, but the technical players tend to think the other way around. They think of everything 69. From the cue ball back through their bridge hand and their whole technique 7. And the way they strike the ball. We'll need all the remaining colours to make the century break. Pink to black could be slightly awkward, potentially.
$82.
Well, it would be his third in so far 4 and a bit matches.
86.
Either way, it's a frame-winning break. Yeah, he's taken these very well. Ooh, but hasn't hit this.
97.
So, some sort of long double, maybe. Well, he's going to come off the side cushion. This would be some shot, wouldn't it? Never mind, not a century, but 97. It's another frame on the board for Pang Junju. Hussein Vafaei had the initial chance, but it is Pang who leads 1-0. And while that was happening, Jackson Page has gone 2-1 up on Chris Wakelin. So Wakelin, well, he's 4th coming into the match, but he could be potentially knocked out of this. I mean, obviously 50 do come back for Group 2, but he's in a spot of bother there. Obviously the match's not over yet. Jackson Page, of course, on 4 points, so going into it knows that he's in good shape and will be in the playoffs later. It's always been the same in this event. So many sort of permutations to keep on top of, depending on who wins which frame and how other matches go, etc, etc. But Pang, I mean, he was on 1 point overnight. He's starting to climb the table every frame that he wins. But Vafaei, of course, knows whatever happens, he's going home tonight.
Yes, of course, regarding Chris Wakelin, it's his final match that he's involved with over on table 2 at the moment. It's the odd player, still with 2 to play. Pang has 1 more after this.
Yeah, just didn't get on the black there, but 97 will do nicely, and he leads 1-0.
Thank you. Second frame.
Last match of the session here on table 1. Jackson Page 108 the break in frame 3, so playing some good stuff for the young Welshman. Of course, at the shootout he promised to emulate Dominic Dale by singing if he won it, but unfortunately he didn't, so we didn't get to hear him. Maybe if he won this, he could, not this group, the whole thing, he could serenade us.
Yes, it's going to be an edge Sheeran song, but he told me the title of the song. He said it's rather morbid, but I can't remember what the song would have been. It was something about flowers or something, I don't know.
So, we're told by a young person it's called Supermarket Flowers. Not your era, Dom.
No, several decades too modern for me, I would say.
Well, meanwhile, that was a bit of a hot shot from Hossein Vafaei, so he's in again.
Six. Seven.
I mean, in terms of number of months, we're just over halfway through the season, but actually a lot of tournaments have gone, haven't they? As he tries to get into the Reds, and it's kind of stuck. Yeah, there's 3 big Players Series events coming up, but they're for limited fields, so if you don't get in
14.
those, you know, you haven't got a lot of snooker left really this season. But that last shot sums up the 2 days for Vafaei. You know, just when he's needed things to happen, they haven't.
Hossein Vafaei, 14.
Obviously, he's made mistakes and other players have played well, but the bits of running just have not been there for him.
Well, he hasn't played the best shot there. This red to the right centre is definitely cuttable. And if played at slow enough pace, there's every chance Pang will finish on a bulk colour. Hossein can think himself very fortunate that Pang didn't knock that in. He's been a little fortunate himself there, but this red along the bulk cushion is definitely potable.
One. Three. 4.
Clear to see that Hossein Vafaei sped his play up quite significantly. This is as quick as I've ever seen him play.
10. $15. 16. 23. Foul. Hossein Vafaei, 23.
Well, the problem there was that Hossein didn't pot the red cleanly, and because he hit the red just slightly thicker, the backspin applied to the cue ball was too severe to avoid the in-off.
One.
This is the thing with Vafaei. As I said, he's only won 4 frames, but he's had chances in so many others. He really has, including the 2 already in this match. Well, he's managed to free a few more reds and has finished on 1, which is of course always the most important thing with that shot.
Nine.
And this has worked out really well from Pang's point of view. With that red that's near the left-hand centre pocket, he could play for the red directly above the black here and leave himself slightly low on it to bring others into play. So there's the stun shot. He's low on the red. He can push through for the black and just nudge those other two reds apart
16.
from one another. And then all of a sudden, this frame could quickly disappear from view from Hossein Vafaei's point of view.
So.
Could have worked out better, but again, you know, with that red that's near the middle pocket, it gives you the chance to play a cannon, knowing that you ought to be on that red, no matter what happens.
Well, he's not on it, but there is the one to right corner.
Yes. I feel I rather guaranteed that happening in my earlier comment, but as Dave says, he has this red and he shouldn't really miss it. Nicely played, and again he has a good angle on the black. If he can cannon the red directly above the black, around about 3/4 ball, that in turn should cannon the red to the right of it and bring all three balls into play. Oh, that would do very nicely. Now,
32.
if he takes high enough value colours, he won't need to worry about the green, because I doubt very much whether it'll pass the brown.
33.
Just seeing that previous shot, the green doesn't pass the brown, but it shouldn't be any problem at all here for Pang Shenzhou to pot high enough value colours to not need it. These three reds, pinks or blacks, followed by the yellow, would be more than enough to take a 2-0 lead.
39. Six. $47.
Well, he's a little low on this red. He won't be able to drop it in and be the right side of the blue. 19 points is his advantage, so he will need that yellow. Now he's taken a bit of a risk. I think there he tried to play for the brown. Is he on the brown? Even if he is, he's in danger of potting the brown, getting on the yellow, but pushing the green towards a side cushion if he's not careful.
However, brown and yellow be 26 in front, 25 on, so the yellow is the ball, really.
57.
And it's another tale of woe, isn't it, for Vafaei? He was in. Just hasn't been scoring, really. Played that well, so yeah, a snooker needed, but obviously only one at the moment. he pots this, then 29 in front with 22 on, so 2 snookers required. Ooh, but it hasn't dropped. Not quite there yet.
I'm sure. 59. Need that.
I had a feeling he might undercut that because he was stretching a little, reaching for the cue ball. He's almost through the shot before the cue ball was struck. So still life in this second frame yet, for the same for Vafaei. 1 snooker required, as Dave says. Tricky to get though with the pink where it is, but the black is certainly potential snookering ball.
Saying Vafaei, 3.
Oh, finally a bit of good running for Hussein Vafaei. Oh, but played the escape very well. But a chance here to stun the cue ball in behind the black. For Hussein, all about controlling the amount of stun on the cue ball. And he's played it well. Not difficult to escape from though.
Oh no. Well, I was about to say, I mean, if that had gone in, then talk about, you might as well just go home if that had gone in, because that would have summed up the 2 days for him. But anyway, he's clinging on, albeit the initiative is now with Pang. Seem to get down and play that a little quickly, which you can understand that, you know, it'd be disappointing with how things have gone, obviously. So surely if this goes in, it is 2-0, and there it is.
4.
These are important frames, of course, for Pang, because he's very much in the mix for a playoff spot, and he's still, remember, got another match to come later against Elliot Slesser.
9.
Yeah, absolutely, Dave. And a 3-0 victory here could be very, very beneficial.
Frame.
So Pang takes frame 2 and increases his lead to 2-0. And it's going to be 2-2, Chris Wakelin and Jackson Page. Wakelin just mopping up there on table 2. So that's another big frame there. Page, not so much for him, but for Chris Wakelin. of course, trying to get to 4 points. He will do if he wins that one. That's his last match, though, so after that, it's just a kind of question of waiting it out to see if he's actually going to be involved later. So it's all coming to the boil, this group, and of course tomorrow, it's worth saying, we have 3 new players coming in, joining the 4 survivors. We've got Gary Wilson, Dave Gilbert, of course, former winner of the ranking event version, and Noppen Senkam of Thailand. So they'll be the 3 players joining the 3 players who lose in the playoffs, plus of course the 5th place player in the group this evening. Yeah, it's ideal for Gary Wilson because he's in the Masters next week. In fact, he plays the world champion, Zhao Xingtong, in round 1, and Zhao himself will be here for the final group of the week. That'll be Thursday and Friday, with a couple of other up-and-comers by the names of Neil Robertson and Kyron Wilson.
Pang Junju has his mother with him in the players' lounge, so he has a lot of support. Same Vafaei actually has his girlfriend with him as well. They're all enjoying their time here, watching all the snooker matches, enjoying the hospitality of the players' lounge.
Trying to resist temptation with all the snacks that are on offer anyway. More seriously, this is frame 3, and Pang in a strong position, 2-0 up. Yeah, if he wins this match, he'll go initially into 2nd place. There is another match on the other table which could affect that, but that just shows you how he's really climbed the table today, because he was in 6th when play began at 11 o'clock. Well, again, it's just nothing is going for him. What I would suggest to Hossein Vafaei, if he's done the lottery this week, rip up the ticket now.
Well, I don't know, Dave. He's due for something good to happen. I was having this chat with him, actually, the way things have gone, and he's in complete agreement with me that, you know, he's had a terrible, wretched run of the ball, really, these last couple of days. But, you know, it's good that it happens here in an invitational event rather than in a ranking event, so maybe things could turn around for him. Oh dear, oh dear. Do you know, it's commendable though that Hossein has this attitude. I mean, it's one of those situations, you either laugh or you cry, don't you? I mean, nothing's going his way at all. Had he been on the other red to the right corner, position to the black was a certainty. It wasn't there, and he had to trust to a bit of luck, and well, as we've seen the last couple of days, he's not getting any.
Seven.
8.
Now decision time. He has a lovely angle on the blue to cannon into the pack of reds, or he could play for that remaining loose one by the black spot. Into the pack it is. Oh, is he on anything, or is the black covering the pocket?
13.
A sneaking suspicion he's on nothing.
Show 13.
Oh, he took a big risk there. It would have been so easy to have left one of the reds to the right of the black spot. Had to be pinpoint with that cue ball to not leave anything on. But even so, there's a red to the left of the pink that I think will pot into the centre pocket. That wasn't a very judicious shot choice from Pang Chun-ju. It could be very costly.
Vafaei 8.
Well, it's another opening, and he's had plenty over the 2 days.
Six. Seven.
Needs to be precise here if he wants to play for any of the reds around the pink and the black. But he could play for the red to the left corner near the side cushion. Now is he straight enough on this red to play for the black into the left corner? You must think that he is. Well, he's not really.
13.
Just about on the black. But he's not the tallest, was saying Vafaei. This could be a severe stretch. But looking at that angle, it doesn't look good at all.
No, scoring has been the issue. I was just looking through the scores from his matches, and his highest break 63 in the now 6 matches he's played. Wow, well done.
good screw. Well, what's he playing here under? Okay, he's playing for a red along the top cushion. I thought he could pop the black there and just screw into the red and the pink, and it'd be on a simple red to the left corner, the one near the black, but this isn't a certainty by any means. No problem though, but it's low on the black. Can he still play for the red close to it? I think he just about can. Why, he hasn't played that very well. Look where the cue ball is. It's less than a foot from the side cushion. So he had to go up the table more than he wanted to have to. Not sure he can play easily for the black, because in potting this red, if he plays it plain ball, he'll probably can on the red near the cushion. So he's had to go all the way back up the table for the blue. He's played it beautifully. The red next to the pink will pop to the left corner.
So he's kept his head up despite everything going wrong, and he's 2 balls away from winning what's only his 5th frame in this group and keeping the match alive.
51.
It would have been very easy to come out and just whack the balls around, wouldn't it? And we have seen that before from other players, you know, just smashing the reds up off the break and just trying to get out of there. He's not done that, and that's to his credit.
$58. $59.
I think I have a feeling that the lowest frame tally from 6 matches played by any player in the history of Championship League is just 4 frames.
Well, he's avoided
66.
that ignominy anyway, so onwards and upwards here. He'd still get another £200 out of this.
I was saying Vafaei, 66 under frame.
66 then, so that's actually his highest break of the event, Hossein Vafaei, and it keeps him in this match. Pang Zhengzhou now leading by 4 frames to 1. Sorry, 2 frames to 1. The excitement getting to all of us. Now then, table 2, he's on a knife edge, Chris Wakelin and Jackson Page, but Wakelin with a good chance here, 2-2, and of course it's best of 5, so 34 in front. It's in his hands. It's been an eventful tournament for him, hasn't it? It was very poor early on yesterday, he lost his first 2. Then last night made a maximum on the way to winning his next 2. Won his first one this morning, so if he can close this frame out, 4 points, happy days, he'll be in the playoffs. Of course, Jackson Page already there 28. On 4 points.
Chris will be very pleased that the red next to the pink is still available.
Well, as I say, it's in his hands. And the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel has table 2 for you. But back on table 1, it is 2-1 to Pang Zhengzhou. Hossein Vafaei having made that good 68 break to 66 break to win the 3rd.
I wonder if Pang Junju will play a thick safety off the pack of reds here to open them far and wide, and provided he gets a good cue ball, that would put pressure on Hossein Vafaei's return safety.
Vafaei, 1.
Well, Pang Junju will have to be careful now where that black is. It's easy for the cue ball to cannon into it on the way back to bulk. Doesn't have an easy safety here by any means. A couple of reds in the middle of that pack that look as though they could be a plant for this right corner. Hossein could have played them there, so obviously they're not. He's guided that cue ball beautifully in behind the green. That's a super safety.
Meanwhile, Chris Wakelin won that frame and match against Jackson Page, so huge result for him. 3-2, 4 points. Great turnaround, having lost the first 2 matches yesterday, and he's going to be in the playoffs with Jackson Page later. But who's going to join him?
Yeah, well done, Chris Wakelin. My goodness me, he really did need those 4 wins as well, because a lot of the wins that he did manage were only by the odd frame at 3 frames to 2, and that could have really hurt him had he just lost 1 more match. May not have qualified.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at the table, I'll have it confirmed, but I reckon he'll actually be top, because he'll be on the same numbers as Jackson Page because he's just beaten him. Anyway, well, that'll sort itself out later, but he can relax now, enjoy his sausage and mash, and get ready for the playoffs. Yeah, I'm closer study on the table because Chris Wakelin's actually lost more frames than Jackson. I hadn't factored that in, so he'd be second. But either way, they're both on 4 points, which is the important thing.
This blue and pink causing all sorts of problems for the players because there's no access to the right-hand side of the table, and you can see the left-hand side is so heavily congested. There's no way of getting back to bulk here. Now, considerable good fortune. And with Hamper queuing over the green, I'm not entirely sure what Pang Junju can play here. this, I can promise you, I would never be playing this. Oh, okay, he's just trying to... I thought he was playing the two-cushion glancing escape there, but he is trying to leave the cue ball in amongst the reds. I think that's the only thing he could have done. Problem is now that option isn't available to Pang Junju, who's in further trouble here again. He could play the red closer to the black, come around the back of it to get back to bolt, but that red to the left of the blue could be in the way. Well, you could see a red there. I didn't think he could see, so there was a chance to get back to bolt, but how on earth has he fluked that red? That's extraordinary. Because it cannoned another red and ran through it straight towards the pocket and dropped in. Well, if he can pot this black, he's right in amongst them. But where does the black go if he doesn't cannon that red away from the black spot? He's missed it by a long way.
Function show 1.
This red near the yellow spot, I'm sure will cut in, but to guarantee good position on blue or black, he'd have to play it with a lot of right-hand side, check side, just to straighten the angle. Looking at it now, it's a thin cut, and it's not ordinarily a shot you'd enjoy playing with check side. Very prone to actually overcut a shot like this if you're not careful.
Brown ball. Function show 1.
Needs to play this with a lot of right-hand side to check the cue ball off the cushion rails, because he doesn't want to see that red come off the bolt cushion and cannon into the brown. He hasn't played the shot I thought he would. Well, that could really tie the frame up. Now he's snookered the red that's in bulk. This could be a long frame.
Got to commend Vafaei though, you know, as I say, many a time by now, a player guaranteed to be relegated would just be looking for the exit door. And he's playing properly and professionally.
I'm beginning to think this ought to be a re-rack, really. I can't see this being resolved.
Re-rack? Yes. Thank you.
Well, you're absolutely right, and the players have come to the same conclusion. So balls will be set up again, and this frame will start again. Yeah, it was just going nowhere, really. There's only 1 point in it as well, so it wasn't like it was a big deal in terms of scores. So this is the last match of the session. Next session starts at 4:30. We've got 2 more group matches to bring you. Joe O'Connor and Tom Ford on this table. Elliot Slesser, Pang Junzhu on table 2. And then after that, we'll have the 2 semi-finals. The final will be on table 1 later this evening. We'll have our first player into the winners group. And then, of course, we come back tomorrow for group 2. Well, Vafaei trying his hardest to end the group with 1 point at least. Trailing 2-1 here to Pang, because it was 2-0. Well, caught the knuckle.
Had the cue ball finished closer to the side cushion, there would have been a chance of Pang Junzhu to play for the black to the same pocket, but that shot's not on now. So the red is certainly potable, but from a positional point of view, it could be rather problematical, this red. Let's see what he's able to manage here.
One.
Oh, the pink must go, really, from there. Is he on it? Must be very, very, very tight.
Thank you. 7.
Well, if he attempts his very thin cut to the corner pocket, he'd better pot it. I don't blame him for refusing it. He hasn't played a very good cue ball there. He should easily have blocked off this left-hand side of the table by getting the cue ball further over towards the brown and the green.
Well, you can't make it up. Vafaei seen the funny side. Suppose you have to by this point. At least he didn't land nicely on a colour. I suppose that's some consolation. Well, he's not covered the red. Or has he? He must be tight. I didn't think he had.
I didn't think he had. It looks as though it would pot this red. The problem is, if Hossein has to swerve around the brown to pot the red, he'll have the wrong side on the cue ball, and that cue ball then will be heading towards the pink and those reds. So he doesn't really want to have to swerve around the brown to pot it.
What?
We'd be delighted with that, Dave.
Yeah, and you can't begrudge him either. He played it well, so he's on the black. Of course, this match is very meaningful to Pang Junxu in terms of his placing in the group. I remember years ago at Crondon Park there was a match between two players who couldn't qualify, Fergal O'Brien and Peter Ebden, and two players not known for, you know, taking things easy, and they played as if it was, you know, the final session of the World Championship. It couldn't have been harder fought, even though really they were just playing for pride and obviously, you know, a couple of £100 here and there.
Nine. $14. $15.
That was struck nicely, but he'd love to have been straight on the blue. If he does take the blue on, he'll have to cannon into other balls, and anything can happen then. I wonder if the black will pot into the right-hand corner. If it does, he can play for it here. In so doing, he's able to cannon the two reds away from the black spot and bring everything into play.
Yeah, so despite everything, got a chance firstly to force the decider, and secondly potentially to finally win a match. It is, of course, his last match. But he's, you know, stuck in there, hasn't he? Things have gone wrong, things have gone against him, but we saw him sort of laugh off that fluke earlier from Pang.
42.
And in the end, kind of Vafaei in this frame looking to have the last laugh, because of course Pang didn't cover the red that was onto 43. Right corner, and this is the result of that.
He didn't like the way he'd finished on the black, and he's not in good position here. The cue ball will be probably cannoning two reds. Tried to judge it for position on the black. He played it very well. So the break continues. 43 points the advantage. So just needs a couple more reds to take us in to a deciding frame.
59. $66.
Yeah, every credit to him. It's a late rally, isn't it, from Vafaei?
67.
Check at the scores, he knows he's over the line now in this frame.
$74. 75. $80. 81.
Not hanging about either, is he?
88. 89. 94. 96.
So, prior to this frame, you hadn't made a 70 break in this tournament this year, but
99.
With the brown, it's going to be a century. Okay, it's too late to stay in the tournament, but he's shown a good attitude here. And finally, Hossein Vafaei playing the sort of snooker we know, of course, he's capable of.
$108.
I suspect he's enjoyed this break because so much has gone wrong and against him in the event.
114.
Not far away. It's in.
121.
Clearance of 121 from Hossein Vafaei, and it means we've got one more frame to bring you. And of course, it's a huge frame for Pang. I mean, Hossein enjoying himself here. He knows he can't qualify, but Pang very much in the hunt at the moment. As it stands, Pang is in 5th position. He has got another match to play later against Leicester, but were he to win, of course, he would go up to 3 points and actually would go 3rd for now. So the next frame for Pang is huge. I'm sure he was kind of maybe silently hoping that Vafaei would play as if, you know, he wanted to go home, but he's not done that at all. So we know that Jackson Page and Chris Wakelin, 4 points, are going to be here later. Joe Connor and Tom Ford on 3, but as I say, Pang would overtake them if he were to win this match, and of course he's got to win this frame to do so. Elliot Slessor not out of it yet. This is how the prize money works. Of course, we know it's £100 a frame, goes up to £300 a frame in the playoffs, and the winner of the group will receive £3,000, runner-up £2,000, semis guaranteed £1,000. Eventually in the winners group, the overall champion takes away £10,000, but of course that's also all the money they've earned along the way. So you can earn quite a lot from this event depending on how many groups you're playing, but it's all about getting to that winners group, because of course that also unlocks entry into the Champion of Champions, which will be here in November, and various other spin-offs as well. Now this is the format, just if you are new to the event. Each group made up of 7 players, so there's 7 groups in total. The winner of each goes to the winners group. As we know, the bottom 2 relegated. Remaining 4 advance to the next group to be joined by the next 3 players. It's a league, so they all play each other, but then it's straight knockout from the semi-finals onwards. And the winners group will be the same format, but there's a lot of snooker to come before we think about that. This is a big frame, clearly, for Pang Junzhu.
Deciding frame.
And I suspect also Elliot Slesser watching on, because of course he plays Pang later. But if Pang loses this frame, then they'll both be on 2 points, so it's almost a sort of straight shootout, that one, or that's how it'll feel to stay in the event. It's not impossible that a player could actually be relegated later on 3 points, which would be very unlucky, really. Anyway, let's see, firstly, what happens here.
So difficult working out these tables. I'm just wondering if Pang didn't win this match. If he won his remaining match 3-0, whether he could just sneak through. It depends on what happens in the other match, of course.
Yeah, it's one to ponder later, I think.
Spotted a plant there and went for it wholeheartedly. Expected to knock it in, he did, and he's on the blue fairly well. Could go into the reds here, but there are loose ones he could still play for. Ow. Cue ball's just travelled on there. The red above the black would be ideal to play for, because from it you could stun into the red next to the black, knock that out the way and bring the black into play, but he's just gone a bit high up the table for that to be an option. But played that very deftly and managed to control the cue ball wonderfully there. I wonder if that shot's on now, if you could play for that red just above the black. Just wants to be a fraction high on it. Let's see where this cue ball finishes here. It looks to be perfect. Can he cannon that red away from the black here, I wonder? I'm assuming, of course, the black would pass the red that's near that left corner. That might be a problem. Next question is, does the pink respot? I think it will. That doesn't mean it will be available anywhere. We'll find out very shortly. He's beginning to struggle here now to keep this break going. I don't know if he has an angle on the blue at all or whether he's absolutely dead straight on it. He's on a red, 25. But he will have to trust to luck for position on a curler. He can't guarantee anything here. walks away in disgust because the blue now will be blocking the possible red that he played for, but it was a fabulous pot. Went in absolutely dead centre. But this is an equally difficult red. No. And I think he's left it.
Vafaei, 31.
Just gone a bit scrappy now, this frame. Of course, we had that re-rack as well, didn't we? And, you know, if Pang were to qualify, this is the sort of match that could really take a lot out of him.
Yeah, and he's got to play again in half an hour's time, just about 40 minutes time. But we don't know how long this frame will be yet, so he won't have much of a break. And if he does beat Leicester and get in the playoffs, then, you know, be back on straight away. So like you say, it could be a long evening to come. And stamina may be an issue.
Touching ball.
I think those three reds just below the pink are worth a look. They may be a plant for this right corner. This cue ball's going to finish in behind the brown. If it keeps running, oh, it's just stopped short. You could get the cue ball towards the green here, but it would be a very tricky shot to judge. He's tried, he's avoided the red and the blue, just too much arc on the cue ball, and a definite chance here for Pang Zhenzhu to knock in a red. The one next to the pink just above it would be my choice because you can play for brown or yellow from it.
Well, could be trouble for Vafaei. He sort of walks back disconsolately, fearing it could be his last shot. Not necessarily, of course, because there's work to do, but could be quite a big mistake. Having just made that good century, of course, to level at 2-2. Big visit for Pang, because he's very much still in the hunt in this group. course, the knock-on of that is it's big for the other players in the group watching, particularly Elliot Slesser, who at the moment is in 6th place. He plays Pang later.
7.
Just looking at the table though, if Pang does win this match, then he'll be on 3 points, 13 frames. Slesser's on 9, so even if you beat him, most frames you could get to is 12. And it comes down to what happens with O'Connor and Ford, who are currently on 12. It's all up in the air, as it so often is at this point in proceedings. O'Connor and Ford play each other, though, so one of them has to obviously win that match. It's just a fact.
Had that red not just been to the right of the black, I'd probably fancy Pang Zhu winning frame and match from here. But with that red tying the black up, there's quite a lot of work still to do.
27.
Chance now to stun down for the pink to the left corner. He needs to start getting nicely on his colour now with the reds positioned the way they are.
34.
And that's far from ideal. He'll be forced, I feel, now to play for the red near this right side cushion, because he's not quite high enough on the pink to play for anything else. He's left himself unnecessarily far away from this red. He could have played that with a lot of left-hand side, got much closer to this red. And the reason I say that is because getting nice on his next colour from this red won't be so easy now.
.41.
Played that really well. If he can play on the red that's below the black, he can leave himself an angle to cannon that of the red away from it. And that may be okay, or is he just too straight on it? This whole match could hinge on whether he has an angle on this red, and from that overhead, I don't think he has an angle. He did his level best to leave himself nice on the pink. He can pot the pink and then leave a snooker on the red. I don't think there's much chance now of continuing this break for much longer. So he could pot the pink for 6 extra points. He may try and cannon the red and the black, but it's a big risk. Just have to play it with a lot of side spin. So just taking the 6 points, and he's played that pretty well. Guaranteed you feel a snooker here.
54.
But he needs to get that red way up the table into bulk if he can. Oh, he's very lucky that red can on the blue, otherwise it might not have even been a snooker.
So he leads by 24. Surely just looking for one more go at the red to win the match and to go up to third position in the table.
And this is difficult for Hussein. He'd like to play off the right-hand side cushion. Oh my goodness me, actually tried to use the jaw of the middle pocket. That's exceptional, really. No player I know would play that.
Well, he might well play it again. He's going back, of course. Yeah, I kind of wondered where he's aiming there, but that's the answer, isn't it? He's trying to use the knuckle. Oh, what about that? Oh, what a shot from Hussein Vafaei. Well, you know what? He deserved for that to go in. The things that have gone against him. He's played a really thoughtful shot there, hasn't he? And it's come off in fine style. He can't get safer than going in. He needs the colour in, though, doesn't he? Because points are an issue here. And it is there.
Well, Dave, in the history of snooker, I don't think I've ever seen an escape like that before.
Well, if he clears up and wins, fair play to him, because he's been very professional in this match. You know, he knew he couldn't stave off relegation, but he's played properly. He's played his best match, actually. He's made a century. And a huge frame this to lose for Pang. He was in control of it, or so it seemed. But it really makes his match with Elliot Slessor, assuming that Vafaei takes these out, a huge match to come, and gives Slessor hope. This is a good result for him.
20.
But Vafaei, his attitude has been very good, and it looks like he's finally going to win his first match in what will be his last match of this year's Championship League. Well, he played an extraordinary escape from the snooker, and he has cleared up a smile from Pang, but that really does leave him in the balance in terms of whether he's going to be coming back for the playoffs later on, or even coming back tomorrow for Group 2. But Vafaei ends his campaign with victory at 3-2. Congratulations to him. Well, a dramatic finish, and of course there'll be more drama to come in around about half an hour's time, but we can just show you the table. So this is how it stands. Jackson Page and Chris Wakelin both on 4 points, so they'll be coming back for the playoffs. And then it's very tight. Of course, Pang would have gone third, but he remains in fifth. Tom Ford and Joe O'Connor on 3. They're going to play each other, so one of those obviously is going to get to 4. And Pang and Slessor will also play each other in the last set of group matches. So that's going to be 2 big matches to come, and we'll have those for you in around about 25 minutes' time, 4:30 local time. Just a chance for a quick something to eat and a drink, and we'll be back with the final session of Group 1 of the BetVictor Championship League.
Welcome back.
Snooker fans all around the world.
We are here for the battle on the bees.
Quite simply, superb.
It's just ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. What a shot that is.
He's got the hot shots all to himself. The break of a multiple world champion, exuding class. And that's a shot that again will live long in the memory.
Welcome back to the Mattioli Arena. It's the final session of Group 1 of the BetVictor Championship League Invitational version for 2026. And things are looking very, very interesting indeed as regards the final group standings. There are 2 matches left to be played in the groups. Joe O'Connor in action here on table 1 against Tom Ford, 2 local Leicester boys. And on table 2, Elliot Slessor will be in action against Pang Junju. The table is quite complicated, but simply this: if Joe O'Connor were to win, he will take the 4th spot ahead of Tom Ford. If Tom Ford were to lose, though, of course one of them will, if Joe O'Connor wins, Tom Ford will have lost. Pang Junju will have to win convincingly over on the other table and he could get through, so it's very difficult to know how this is actually going to unfold. But Joe O'Connor in 4th place there, he's simply got to win. I'm sure these players have been looking at the table long and hard and be just as confused as we are in the commentary box. But ultimately, the match is about to begin, and your job as a snooker player is just to get the job done, win the match, and don't worry about the table because there are too many ifs, buts and maybes. So it's Joe O'Connor to break off here. He's had a few problems with his tip actually. He's done a bit of remedial work. I'm delighted to say Ben Wollaston is joining me here for this remaining group match. And it's very complicated, but I think as play unfolds on both tables we'll have a better idea of what's likely to happen.
Yeah, hello everyone. Yeah, Tom and Joe, they know each other extremely well because they hire a unit together with 2 tables, so they practice in the same room, you know, obviously daily. Yeah, the thing with the group is, you know, they both just got to, even though it's not straightforward to think like that, but they just got to aim to win, and then that'll take care of itself.
Tom Ford came in today's play needing to win matches. He played okay yesterday but didn't quite get the results he was hoping to get and needed to get really, and he's had a lot to do today, but he's played very, very well, particularly in his match with Hussein Vafaei earlier on, and he's kept that form going. And he's currently in a qualifying position for the semi-finals, which will be played about 5 minutes after the conclusion of these remaining group matches here on tables 1 and 2. And in first here, but for both of these players to qualify, basically one just needs to beat the other. Whoever wins is a certainty to qualify. Whoever loses will have to keep an eye on the other match in progress on table 2. That match being between Elliot Slessor and Pang Junju. Advantage that both of these players here on table 1 have over the players on table 2, Pang Junju and Elliot Slessor, in that both of these players have won 3 matches so far. Pang Junju and Elliot Slessor have each won 2 matches. So ultimately, it looks as though the 4th spot could well be decided on frame differences between the players, because of course one of these players will finish on 3 matches And on the other table, both of those players have won 2 so far, so one of them is going to win and get to 3 matches won. So it'll all be on frame difference at the end of the day. Tom Ford, such a wonderful break builder, but he may have made a mistake there. Pink, now it's re-spotted, it's blocking his intended next red.
Yeah, I commentated on Tom's first 2 games today, and he was almost faultless in the ball, so that's probably one of his first mistakes he's made all day.
Both of these players have had quite a bit of time off since they last played. I wonder if that will come into the equation.
Tom attempted a difficult long red there, but he seems...
Must just apologise for the lone camera angle that we have currently. We're experiencing a few technical difficulties, which I'm sure will be remedied very shortly. At least we can see what's going on the table. The red near the left-hand corner pocket will have to be covered if Joe O'Connor plays into bulk here.
Well, he's pointing his cue. I'm not sure if he's looking at a possible treble back into where the pink, near the middle pocket where the pink is. Attempted it, but obviously very difficult to judge.
It's incredibly rare that a player attempts a treble. Have you ever tried a treble in a professional match, Ben?
Possibly, but I don't really remember. But normally you get a treble, it's normally a fluke because you play the double and you get nowhere near the double and it ends up being a treble.
Just hear Joe O'Connor say, how have I gone in off there? That could be extremely costly with that red. That's possible to the centre pocket for Tom Ford, and well, the pink's in open play, the black's very potable, the black spot's in open play. This is a good chance. Here's something I'll mention that's very interesting. As regards the table, I was given a printout by our tournament director, and Tom Ford and Joe O'Connor have each won 3 matches. They've both... Sorry, I beg your pardon. Yes, they've won 3 matches. They've lost 2. They've both won 12 frames and both lost 8. So identical records. But of course that has to change. One of these players will lose, of course. So even though Tom Ford is in 3rd place, if he were to lose heavily here, it could just be that Pang Junju could pip him. That 4th qualifying spot for the semi-finals.
Yeah, while having dinner upstairs, a few of the players, Tom, Joe, Elliot, were all trying to work out what they needed in this last match. They wanted to know what they, what frames they needed to win, if they needed to win the match. Just because nobody wants to go out, they want to at least stay in the group, even if they don't make the playoffs.
16.
Well, they'll only be separated at the moment on the highest break because this is the match between the 2 players and they can't have identical records once this match has been completed. So you may as well say both players are in an identical position to one another at the moment.
22.
Once again, though, I apologise that we've lost the scoring graphics and we only have this one camera angle to bring you, but at least we can see the full table and see what's going on. I'll give you an idea of the scores very shortly when I get them. And the score at the moment is quite simple, actually. Tom Ford is on 58 points. Joe O'Connor is yet to score.
Yeah, so Tom just needs 1 more red to secure this first frame.
37. 38.
Yeah, Tom Ford, home and host in this first frame. On the other table, in the match between Elliot Slessor and Pang Junju, Elliot Slessor is in first there. He's 58 points to 9 ahead currently, and on a break of 48. Tom Ford's break goes to 69. There's a chance of a century break on in the very first frame. Green will be a slight difficulty, but nothing more than that. Oh, he's just cannon the green. He wanted to come in behind it to play it into the same pocket as the yellow. So the green hasn't gone in, no century breakers made, but a completely dominant performance there from Tom Ford, and he takes the first frame to lead 1-0. Well, because of the technical difficulties we're experiencing, we're just going to hold play very briefly while we reboot the system, and hopefully that will sort out all these little gremlins. Oh, welcome back. We seem to have sorted out those technical difficulties. You have the score graphic working. Modern technology, hey? Our tournament director there, you can just see in the foreground Marcel Eckert from Germany. Just checking the microphone of the referee. And play can resume. Wasn't too long a break, was it?
Second frame. Come forward to break.
Referee Fyodis Klaplanovs announcing the beginning of the second frame. I just wonder though, Ben, whether that gave the players a little bit of a sneaky opportunity just to have a look at the table whilst they're out the arena.
Yeah, they might. Someone might go out again to the toilet to have a look, but it's only, they would have known. They might have not even played the first frame on the other table, because that was a pretty quick frame with Tom and Joe. Great first red from Joe, and he's landed absolutely perfectly on the black.
Well, Elliot Slesser's certainly won the first frame over on the other table there. So pretty much level pegging in terms of speed of play on both tables here. Very important though, in a match you've got to win, not to fall 2-0 behind. You leave yourself so much to do then. 1-1 is anybody's, and it keeps the pressure on the opponent as well. He's not the tallest player by any means, Joe O'Connor. He's asked for the bridge rest here. This is very unusual to be using the bridge rest from so close to the side cushion. It's basically in the middle of the table. Ordinarily he'd be able to reach this without any difficulty, but he has to elevate his bridge hand. He's not quite tall enough to do it, so this is a little awkward. Surprised our referee has stood behind the shot, because he won't be able to see if a foul's been committed here very easily.
Yeah, he decided just to concentrate on the pot there, because if he'd have used the cushion and played it at more speed, it'd have made the pot a lot harder. So he still should pot this black, but he's left a slight cut back.
I just wonder, Ben, if he is on a red to the right corner. Even if he is, though, how can he get onto a colour from it?
Sounds like he is on it, because he's called for the spider. As we said earlier, with Joe's, normally you look for a reaction from the player, but it was hard to tell with Joe if he was actually on this red or not. Done very well there to push through that red and get on the black.
17.
Oh, he'll be absolutely delighted to be on the black so well, because a lot of guesswork involved in the positional aspect of that shot.
Joe O'Connor, 17.
I wonder why he missed that, Joe O'Connor. It wasn't difficult. It could be just a bit of pressure. He knows the importance of winning this match. In fact, he's already lost the first frame. There's a lot of pressure out there. Oh, Tom was lucky that went in.
Yeah, you could see by Tom's face, he thought he'd missed that red.
8. 9.
I'm just looking at those two reds together to the left of the pink and the 4 reds. I wonder if they're a plant for this corner pocket. Could be very useful if they are.
14. 15.
'Cause Tom's having a look at that plant you said,
17.
Dominic, because they look like they're basically touching, so even if they're not quite on, he'll be able to reverse this.
Tom is right in here, given the position of the reds. He just keeps focused and concentrated and doesn't allow the pressure to get the better of him. This could be 2-0 very quickly. Similarly, over on table 2, Elliot Slesser is in again in the second frame there on a break of 36, 41 points to the good, so he's looking good to take a 2-0 lead.
Tom play a cannon here in the red and pink together just to stop the white, and now he's freed all 3 reds.
49.
So yeah, Tom's already 32 points in front, so just these 3 reds in the middle of the table will be enough for him to take a 2-0 lead.
Well, if Elliot Slesser were to complete a 3-0 victory over Pang Junju, that would actually help Joe O'Connor should he suffer a similar ignominy here, because he may just snatch 5th place and come back for the next group.
50.
Was he going to get there, the pink? Decelerated on that shot. Didn't quite get to the pocket.
50.
And because he decelerated, Ben, I was surprised that the pink was still going towards the pocket. Normally he'll miss them on the thin side.
I think Joe's going to bring this red off the cushion straight away because he's got the pink over the middle pocket.
Well, he's laughing there because he knows he should have cannoned that awkward red into play, and he hasn't. And because of that, he doesn't have much of an option now. He's one red is near the pink spot in open play. The other 2 are still pretty tricky.
7.
Could possibly leave himself low on this black, and he could free the red, which is on the side cushion near the middle pocket. Chose to try and do it off the pink, but he's got more angle than he would like on this pink.
Well, that's a great result, really. He's double kissed the red into open play, and he's fairly handily placed on this red to the left corner with the rest. If he can just knock it in and get on the black, well, he'll only have himself to blame if he doesn't win this second frame. But this isn't straightforward, this red. He just needs one good pot here. He ought to be on the black if he can knock it in.
Yeah, and that should be the key shot to making this match 1-1 now. It looked all the world that Tom was going to go 2-0 up, so this could be a massive turning point in not just this match, but in the whole group.
Yeah, every frame won now. 22. For Joe O'Connor and for Tom, massive importance, really. But ultimately, whoever wins this match will finish above the other. To say Tom Ford and Joe O'Connor are identically placed in the group in terms of matches won and frames for and against. So at the end of the day, whoever wins this match will be fine.
Eight.
Green, brown, blue and pink still needed.
$33.
Should be able to just roll this blue in delicately and he'll be on the pink. Decided to come off the top cushion though. His cue ball needs to keep running. He doesn't need the black, so he can just drop the pink in for a very important steal. And in it goes. Well, Tom Ford was in. Looked like he'd take a 2-0 lead, but he missed that pink to the right centre, and in stepped Joe O'Connor, who finally wins the frame, a much-needed frame, and he levels the match up at 1-1. So, I was mentioning the play on table 2 between Elliot Slessor and Pang Junju. Elliot Slessor has taken a 2-0 lead. Very bright start for him. I mean, we're motoring along on table 1, but Elliot Slessor and Pang Junju are ahead of us. Massive, massive match here for both of these players, but a 3-0 loss for Pang Junju. He'd be in a lot of trouble as regards the final group table. Lost that match, didn't he, to Hossein Vafaei, who fluked the last red and cleared up. Had Pang won that, he wouldn't be in such a predicament.
Five.
Oh, powered the cue ball through the reds, but he may not be on one. The problem here is if he has to play a safety, it wouldn't be easy to get back to bulk. Anyway, I'll keep you in touch with what happens over on table 2. That very important match going on there. Equally so here. 1-1. Anybody's. Do you think that missed pink, Ben, psychologically could make a big difference to Tom Ford? Because he was looking so good for 2-0, wasn't he?
Yeah, it could do. Change the whole momentum of this match, because Joe made a few mistakes in the first 2 frames, but he'll feel an awful lot better now he's equalised in this match. And now he's got, after Tom missing that first red off the break-off, he's got first chance in this 3rd frame.
Although these 2 players are from Leicester, they share a unit, they practice together all the time, they're polar opposites in the way they play the game. Joe O'Connor, very solid, great technician, great cueist, very undemonstrative. Tom Ford, a very natural player, a much quicker player by and large. Shows every emotion that's possible.
Yeah, they're both completely different personalities as well. But yeah, they couldn't be much more different in as snooker players as well.
And Joe O'Connor does a lot of boxing, still does a lot of boxing, which is amazing really, to think, you know, you're a snooker player and you're still involved in a sport like boxing. I mean, he's in the sort of 55 kilo class, he'd be a super bantamweight.
15. $22. $23. $30.
Did he try and catch the end of the pack of reds there, Ben, do you think? Must have done.
Yeah, definitely. He wanted to hit them hard to open the reds up, but didn't give time for the screw to take effect, so that's why he's gone wide of the pack. He's still got a possible red into this yellow pocket, but it's not easy.
$31.
Good recovery there from Joe. Guess he was slightly fortunate to even have a pot after he missed the pack, but took full advantage.
Joe O'Connor, 31.
He's missed the yellow. Just to complicate things further,
hope I get this right. Elliot Slessor on the other table. Now, if he were to win 3-0, and one of these two players were to win 3-1, then Elliot could actually just about go through. But if this were to go the distance, well, that'd be an entirely different matter.
Yeah, Tom's deliberately left himself low on this red, so he can pot this red and bring a lot of the other reds into play. Knowing he's got the yellow over the pocket
17.
was always guaranteed position.
Or maybe on the practice table he'd still consider the black. I only say that because of where the pink's finished. He's just got to make sure he doesn't snooker the red with the pink. And he's avoided that very well. Oh, he couldn't have placed this much better with his hand.
19. 20. 27.
I mentioned Elliot Slessor really does need to win 3-0 to have a chance to sneak through. Well, he's going pretty well
48.
in the third frame. 24 points to 1 to the good.
$35. 36. 43. 44.
Just needs one decent positional shot here. Once this bottom red of the three is removed, the other two are easy to get onto, but Tom felt that that was a quick bounce, but I'm not so sure it was. Going to play this with the rest. Doesn't have to do a lot with the cue ball though, it's all about the pace. I was surprised he didn't drop it in for the black. Now he's too far up the table to roll the blue in for his next red. He's going to have to come off a couple of cushion rails. He's played it well though, and now he's back in A1 position. 26 points the lead, so needs red, black and red to take a 2-1 lead. Elliot Slessor won't have a clue what's going on this table. These two tables completely sectioned off from one another. Not like the old Crondon Park days when you could see what was going on the table adjacent to you. But if Tom does take a 2-1 lead, which looks likely now, Elliot Slessor will have to hope that he wins the match 3-1.
66.
Qualifying criteria is quite easy to explain, really. It's all about how many matches you win. And if that's tied, it goes on frames won, then on frames lost, and then matches between the two players. Doesn't often come down to that, though.
73.
Doesn't matter about the green. That excellent break from Tom Ford
73.
enables him to re-establish the lead once more in this match at 2-1. He's just a frame away from qualification to the semi-finals. Leaves the auditorium. I bet he's going to have a sneaky look at what's going on with the table, but we'll be back very shortly as this match will reach its conclusion over on the other table. And it's Slessor going very, very well. Needed a comfortable win. We're going to have a look. Now, he did have a 21 points or 23 points advantage in this third frame, but that's now been erased. Pang Zhu in amongst the balls here.
23.
I wonder if Elliot Slessor realised the significance of losing the frame in this match. He's got to win 3-0. If he doesn't, he can't go through.
24.
5th place in the group, though, does mean that you'll return in a couple of days, or tomorrow rather, to play the next group, so you can have another shot at success. And Group 2 begins. 3 of the 4 semi-finalists, of course, will be in Group 2. The winner will come back in the middle of February to play the Champions Group. Lots of prize money on offer as well. If you qualify for the semi-finals, you automatically receive another £1,000. And if you win the final, or beg your pardon, if you get through to the final, you receive another £1,000 for getting through to the final. So the prize money can quickly escalate in this Championship League. Very prestigious event and lots of prize money on offer.
One.
Pang was a bit unlucky, to be honest, going into those reds, and he only had the long red to go at, and he left the red he missed. So Elliot's got his chance here, but it looks like it's gone wrong.
8.
Yeah, Elliot can be a little more volatile than other players. He is prone to show frustrations at times. Very unlucky there. I mean, he's in the middle of 4 reds and he's not on anything. Frame of massive significance to Elliot Slessor. But just look at those bulk colours there, the yellow, green, brown and the blue. What a wonderful target they are to try and get the cubal in behind. But from where he is, I'm not sure he can. We'll keep you up to date anyway as to what goes on in that 3rd frame. As play continues here on our main table. Tom Ford just 1 frame away from qualification to the semi-finals.
Great red from Joe off Tom's break. He said sorry, but I think he deserved to land on a colour after such a good red.
First glance, I think the pink spot's occupied, and that's going to benefit Joe O'Connor with the black being out of commission. Good to have a high-value colour in open play. Threw the ball really nice there, just avoiding the black to get on this red. I think what Joe is looking at here are the top 2 reds of the pack as we look. I think he's concerned that if he plays to leave an angle on the blue to go into the red, so there's a chance he might make a 3-ball plant into this left corner. You can see those 3 reds there at the top of the pack. They're fairly closely set.
18.
He's perfectly on the blue to play into the reds. There is one more loose red he could play for. The red that's above and slightly to the left of the pink. That will pot into the right corner. But is he going into them? Oh, that's unlucky, isn't it, Ben?
Yeah, it looked good until the last roll, really. He opened the reds. He's having a look at this cut back, but because he's so close to the red as well, it'd be very, very thin. And the red would most likely stay near the pocket if you missed it. Great recovery shot there by Joe.
Eight. $29. $35.
Joe O'Connor still in control of this break, but pink and black are very awkward now, aren't they? You can just see there that pink won't pot to the right-hand corner pocket, so he's had to force a cue ball round off two cushions for the blue, and he's played it well. But now that Joe O'Connor has won a frame, Elliot Slessor can't qualify for the semi-finals, but if he wins, he can get 5th, and that would mean a return tomorrow to play in Group 2. And that's, of course, very important, because he can have another go at qualification then. The problem is when you play consecutive groups, it's very tiring mentally. Sometimes players don't have a lot left and can really struggle when they play 2 consecutive groups.
Joe just looking if he can pot this pink into the middle pocket, because that would be the best colour for him to play for, so he could develop those 3 reds below the pink. Yeah, so he has played that, and he's got a good angle on the pink. So as long as he pots this pink, you'd expect him to be on a red.
$48. $49. 54. $55.
So it just says pink for Joe and one more red, and this match will be going to decider.
$61. $62. $68. $69. $75. $76.
Nicely developed, the red and black there, so if he pots this red, you'd expect him to make a century.
Oh, what a shame. No century break, but the most important thing from Joe O'Connor's point of view is that he's won the frame, and he'll be taking us into a deciding frame coming up very soon. It's 2-all here on our main table. Over on table 2, that third frame is a rather close affair, but Elliott does have an advantage. And that was a great chance of Pang Junju to get a snooker in behind green and blue. He hasn't managed it though. But if Elliott Slessor can win this match by any scoreline, he'll be 5th. And we'll already know our semi-finalists, and it will be Chris Wakelin, Jackson Page, Tom Ford and Joe O'Connor. They will be the four semi-finalists, provided Elliott Slessor wins this match.
Full.
What an incredible shot that was. That was like a trick shot. There's cue ball and object ball rifled into each of the corner pockets there.
Don't think it's a free ball, even if he puts the white on the green spot, but referee will have a look at it. It's obviously closer than it looks.
Well, he hasn't put the cue ball on the green spot. I mean, if you'd have deemed that a free ball, the cue ball could have been placed a tiny bit further right. There's no free ball, we can see that.
Pang's just thinking about, is he going to play this shot himself or put Elliott back? He's decided to put Elliott in.
I don't blame him, because the bottom line is where that red is, and there's a lot of distance between cue ball and object ball. No matter what Elliott does, if he plays this really well, you'll just have to applaud him and say, well, you played a great shot there, mate. You know, if you'd got the snooker. It's a risk to ask yourself to play a shot like this because you can easily make a mess of this.
Looks like it was the right choice from Pang because Elliott's pushed that red close towards that green pocket.
Yeah, it's a very close affair there on table 2. Pang Junju has the opportunity, but Elliott has the points on the board. So both these players left the auditorium briefly, probably to have a look at the situation on the other table. I wonder if they're any of the wiser, though.
I think they'll both know that they wanted Elliott to win the match. I'm not sure if they'll know the exact details, but they'd have probably seen, maybe, I don't know if Tom or Joe went out, but they'd have probably seen Elliott's winning 2-0, which they probably know is good news for both of them.
Yeah, exactly. Joe O'Connor now, he has 2 frames on the board. Done enough.
Joe will be disappointed with that. He had quite a big margin of error there. He could have overhit it and still had a shot on the black. He's just looking, can he still get to the potting angle of this black?
Wow, be amazed if you can see it. Difficult to tell though, you know, the camera angles can be so deceiving.
Yellow.
Tom will be delighted to make that mistake to push the red over the pocket, and it's only cost him 1 point. Joe has left Tom also a long red.
The black will pot into the left corner. Can he hold for it? Thinks he can. These are very fast, these tables. Played that really well though.
Yeah, it looks a straightforward shot, that, doesn't it, Dominic? But if you pot it slightly thick or slightly thin, the white can be in a completely different position, but he judged it perfectly.
Fine. $16. 17. $24.
Joe really got the white going through those reds. You saw it sort of double screw. So he's opened 5 or 6 reds, which will be enough to take this match if he can keep close control of the white.
$30. $31.
So the pink will go on the yellow spot because the pink spot's tied up.
37.
Probably played for the red on the pink spot there, but always had this other one as an alternative.
.46.
So leads 54. So 2 reds, 2 blacks, and Tom will need snookers.
.61.
About a couple of hours or so ago, Joe O'Connor decided that his tip wasn't firmly bedded onto the ferrule and had some remedial work done on it. Seems to have done the trick. Frame a match certainly in the bag now for Joe O'Connor. Multiple snookers required by Tom Ford. I don't think he'll be returning to the table, and certainly not now. It's been a great match. Both players have played well, attacked and scored. Hasn't been too much safety play. Must just tell you though, over on table 2, Elliot Slesser has completed a 3-0 victory over Pang Junxu. So we know our 4 semi-finalists. As the players shake hands, Tom Ford has been defeated. A great performance from Joe O'Connor. So we know our 4 semi-finalists will be Jackson Page, Tom Ford, Chris Wakelin and Joe O'Connor. Elliot Slesser will return tomorrow to compete in Group 2. So we'll be back in about 5 minutes from now for the first of those semi-finals. We'll confirm the lineup to you then.
Joshua Filler with an absolute dominating win. Moritz Neuhausen is your new Premier League pool winner.
Aloysius Schaap makes the ultimate statement. What a journey Paulo Biardo he's made to the pinnacle of a sport. Aloysius Yap has completed a terrific transatlantic double. He didn't want to jump on the table in Florida, but he can't resist this time. Aloysius, you are a superstar.
The breakthrough has come for Pius Lamutus.
Team Asia, they've won the Reyes Cup again.
David Alcade, it's your turn again, buddy.
Can you believe it? An absolute nightmare for Tyler Steuer. Europe have won the Mosconi Cup.
I'm Barry Hearn, president of Matchroom Sport.
Talk to me. I'm Eddie Hearn, the chairman of Matchroom Sport.
My son and heir, I call him my project. He's good, but he's not yet great. I'm fucking watching you.
We are the biggest sports promotional company in the world.
Matchroom started as a £100 company and now worth north of £1 billion.
Look at what the old man has done. I never wanted to work for my dad, but you have to play the hand you're dealt.
Eddie, he has ego. It's a weakness, and I won't give up control until I'm sure he's ready.
Boxing is an important element of the revenue stream, but only an element. We've got the greatest snooker player to ever play the game.
The biggest profit earner is darts.
There's no business that has the drama.
If I found out you knew about it, you're done.
The ego. Jesus Christ. What is that? The aggravation.
Oh, shit! We need fair judges next time.
The most important thing for my dad is winning. The world's come crashing down on us. I mean, what's going to make you feel better?
Please, could I get a packet of pickled onion Monster Munch?
We need to talk about Conor Benn. We need to get him back in a ring.
Yeah! I ain't getting on with Jake Paul.
He's taken a number of shots at me.
Come talk. Come talk. Come talk.
And I ain't going to back down.
Show me what you've got.
I'm going to make our company
bigger and better
than ever.
Let's go!
Global domination.
Nothing less.
I still don't understand why the shirt's off.
So the round-robin phase of Group 1 of the BetVictor Championship League is over, and we're ready for the playoffs, the two semi-finals. This is how the table finished. It was very tight in the end, and O'Connor's victory over Tom Ford there put him top of the table in terms of least frames lost. He's same number of frames as Jackson Page in terms of won, but Jackson has lost 13, Joe just 10, Chris Wakelin in third position, and Tom Ford has finished fourth. Elliot Slessor will come back in fifth. So the relegated players, Pang Zhengzhou and Hossein Vafaei. So now it's much simpler because, of course, we go to knockout, which is what the players are used to. And it's going to be a return fixture for O'Connor and Ford, having just played each other, they are going to play each other again, but this time, of course, it is for a place in the final. So table 2, Jackson Page and Chris Wakelin, as you can see. Chris Wakelin, remember, lost his first 2 matches, so just to be in the playoffs, a great achievement for him. Jackson Page made the running yesterday, so that'll be on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. But for us, well, it's like they've never been away. Joe O'Connor and Tom Ford are back again. Let's see who prevails this time. It was a good match, I thought, the one they just played. Of course, 2 Leicester men here at the Mattioli Arena. Let's see who advances to the final. It was a very tight group, 3 players on 4 points. And Tom Ford on 3 in the end.
Joe. It's tails. Okay. Good match. Good match. First frame, Tom Ford to break.
Well, we'll see. There's every reason to think this could go the distance again, but you just never know. Of course, O'Connor did reach the final of the ranking event version of the Championship League last summer. Lost to Stephen Maguire. Well, there's at least one red that pots, the one by the yellow, but whether he's left him close in, I don't think he has.
Tom's just looking if this red passes those 2 reds above the black. He could possibly play it in off the red, which is near the pocket. Still might be easier than the red by the yellow. But it went directly in the middle.
1.
Yeah, I thought I heard O'Connor apologise, but well, if he did, he might have to take it back because Ford could see the red, so he's first in. Yeah, at least all the staring at laptops and trying to work out the permutations is gone now. It's straight knockout, still best of 5, and of course they're on £300 a frame now, guaranteed 1,000 as well for reaching the semi-finals.
Yeah, the money definitely starts to get more serious as you reach the knockout stage. Tom took a chance there to free the black, and it's worked out pretty well.
So just to clarify,
7.
Of course we knew Hussein Vafaei had been relegated, Pang Sheng-Zhu also, and of course their match was really dramatic. The decider on the last red, Vafaei was snookered, and he played an extraordinary shot to hit the red using the jaws of the middle pocket, actually potted it and cleared up. Now of course Pang could still have qualified beating Slesser, but that must have kind of knocked the stuffing out of him a little bit.
14.
Yeah, I think that fluke for Hussein against Pang probably, if Pang would have won that match, I don't think he would have. I don't think he could have been relegated. So it all changed on that one shot, really.
15.
Tom just played a little cannon of the red above the black.
$22. $22.
Well, a disappointing visit. Bearing in mind at first we weren't sure if he was actually on a red nicely. He was, but just 22 scored.
Yeah, and Joe potting that red frees the black into both pockets, so Tom knew he'd done a lot of the hard work there for Joe, so I think that's what made it even more frustrating for him. And Joe from 2-1 down in the match against Tom just 5-10 minutes ago, he had 2-1 visits, so he was in good form in that last match.
9. $16. $17. $24.
Yeah, Connor in the end finished top of the table, but it's really just about getting in the top 4 and then trying to get through this knockout phase. You don't get any extra for finishing top. But it just illustrates how close it was in the end, because of course if Pang had beaten Slessor and Ford had beaten O'Connor, O'Connor actually would have been knocked down in the table to 5th. Anyway, he survived, and this is a good chance here to take this opening frame.
33.
Made 4 centuries yesterday, you know, on first day back after the Christmas break. Very impressive, really.
$38. $39. $44. $45. $52.
Break goes to 60, so Joe's 38 in front. So just red, black and red. When Tom made that mistake, missing that red to the middle, he almost knew then that it's probably going to cost him the frame, the way the balls were spread. Could have played that shot better. He's left a lot. He only needs a red, but he'd like to have been a lot straighter on these two reds. No problem, so the frame looks safe now.
Yeah, coolly done, and a chance to make what would be his 5th century in the 2 days you've been here.
$74. $75. $82.
Sort of bludgeon that red in.
83.
Yeah, if he takes the brown here, he won't need the pink to make a century.
$87. $89.
So Ford had the first chance but broke down on just 22, and you could see he was really annoyed and concerned, and he was right to be, because he knows firsthand O'Connor's in good nick. He's just lost to him after all in the last group match.
$96.
So, to really hit the ground running, start the semi-final with a century, this blue. O'Connor justifying his status as the man who topped the group.
101.
Big stays out, but 101 from Joe O'Connor.
Frame, Joe O'Connor.
His 5th century of Group 1 of the BetVictor Championship League to lead Tom Ford 1-0. Remember, it's best of 5, first of 3 again to reach the final. Chris Wakelin's won the first frame against Jackson Page on table 2. So we've got through the rather frenetic round-robin phase where, as I say, on day 2, there's so much studying of tables and trying to work out what's going on. The mists have cleared, and after this pair of semi-finals, of course, we'll have the final here on table 1, and then the first group winner will be confirmed. Of course, the 3 players who lose in the playoffs, and indeed Elliot Slessor, who finished 5th, they come back tomorrow for Group 2, where they'll be joined by 3 new players: Dave Gilbert, Thailand's Noppen Senkam, and Gary Wilson. Of course, in the top 16 will be at the Masters playing, in fact, the world champion Jiang Xing Tong next week. So ideal chance to tune up for Gary.
frame, Joe O'Connor to break.
So Joe O'Connor with 101 has taken the early lead here, 1-0. Chris Wakelin's break in the first frame there was a 70 against Jackson Page. Oh, terrific pot meanwhile from Ford.
1.
Just about stopped in time, the cue ball, but it's not an easy green.
Five.
It was a good pot, but he had quite a few fortunate kisses there, so he landed perfect on this pink to the middle pocket.
Yeah, I mean, it couldn't have worked out better, actually. But he's in first in frame one, only made 22.
19. $27. $28. $35. 36.
Well, this is how he's played all day. He's really played an open game. He was 6th when the day began, so he's in the relegation zone, but we saw against Hossein Vafaei and then Elliot Slesser forward on the attack. So that wriggles in. Okay, did lose to Joe O'Connor in the group, but that was only 3-2, and what a chance he's got himself now to level up here.
Yeah, in the match before with Tom and Joe, and this match so far, it's just been almost, you know, one mistake and the frame's been over. It's been a very high standard.
50. $55. 56. $61.
Well, blue and one more red, 62. And it's going to be 1-1 for sure.
$67. $68.
Ford made 2 centuries yesterday, including a 139, which at the time looked quite a good target for the high break prize of £500. But of course, then Chris Wakelin had his 147.
73. $74.
He began the day with another century against Vafaei, so 3 in the tournament.
81. $82. $89. 90. $96.
Well, he misses the red, so no century, but a very swift and nicely made 96. That frame went in the blink of an eye, and it's Tom Ford who wins it, so levels up at 1-1. Yeah, it does sort of feel like a continuation, really, of the group match we just saw between them. But of course, this is for a place in the final. Now on table 2, Chris Wakelin 1-0 up against Jackson Page. You'd looked for a long time that Page would actually finish top of the table. He just pipped in the end in terms of least frames lost with Joe O'Connor, but we've seen down the years that quite often the sort of form man in the group actually doesn't ultimately win in the knockout phase. It becomes almost a different event because it is no second chances, it's straight knockout. Jackson Page, a player who, it feels like he's been around a long time. He's still only young, but he played in the Welsh Open when he was just 15 as a wildcard. He's only 24 now. And of course last year made 2 maximums in 1 match at the World Championship qualifying. First player ever to do that. Although ultimately he didn't make it through to Sheffield to the final stages. Scoring's been an issue though this season. I was amazed. I had to double check it before this event. He'd only made 1 century all season.
Yeah, That's quite an incredible stat for someone as talented as Jackson. Even if he's not winning all his matches, you'd expect him to have more than 1 century.
Has made one here, but even so, it's you know, made 2 maximums in a match, so that speaks for itself, doesn't it? Last year, but anyway, all he's not lost. He's obviously behind in that match. That's on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel, but we're back here on table 1.
You can see there's a possible plant, but Joe can't get to those 2 reds, so normally he'd probably play up into bulk, but it's too risky really, because otherwise if he can see those 2 reds that are a plant, Tom's definitely going to go for it. He'll be happy with that because he got the white behind the green.
Yeah, the problem obviously the red coming back, and you know, couldn't have left a much easier pot really than he has. Loud sigh from Ford.
6.
A little closer to the side cushion than he would have liked for this pink. And when potting this pink, it looks like the pink will probably be tied up as well as the black. I think he's played a good shot there though, because I think he can get through the gap to the red that's just to the left of the black, and that will free the black.
Dimitri Shonins, the referee from Latvia.
$21. $22.
Well, he took his time over it and he has missed. So
22.
Well, it's Tom Ford actually. The last frame he made 22 and broke down. This time O'Connor on the same score.
Yeah, I think Joe was just focusing so much on the cue ball there, exactly where he wanted the white, and took his eye off the blue.
Yeah, because it's frame one where O'Connor broke down. Sorry, Ford broke down, O'Connor made the century. The thing is, because the early parts of these frames have been so open, it feels that if you do break down, you're always going to leave something. And in this case, a good chance for Ford.
Fine. $16. $17. 24.
I think Tom thinks the last couple of shots he's not got sort of clean contacts, like slight kicks, so that's why he's having the white cleaned. Yeah, Tom's now 17 in front, so he's going to need 4 reds. So if he takes these 3 reds in the middle of the table and the red on the black cushion, he won't need the 2 difficult reds on the side cushion to win this frame.
Seven. $48. 54.
Just overrun that for the black, so he might be forced now to bring one of the reds off the cushion because he can't play for the red on the black cushion now. He's played that really well.
62.
So he needs red and green upwards to leave Joe needing a snooker.
Well, he's still on this green. Another check of the scores. He needs the rest for it, but doesn't have to really try and do anything but pot it. And he'll be 44 in front with 43 on. Although he'll be aware that O'Connor is pretty good at playing on for snookers.
Yeah, I think he's just thinking at the moment, do I play for the red or not? Or just pot the green? Yeah, I think that was a sensible decision because he'd have had to hit the green a lot harder, which would have risked missing the green. So just play safe off this red.
Well, it was a good effort
66.
of 66 from Tom Ford. One snooker successfully laid, of course, required by Joe O'Connor. Now can Ford put the frame away here? Looks like it.
One. Six in the frame.
And in fact, Joe O'Connor has conceded. So Tom Ford then lost the opening frame to O'Connor's century, but has rallied well, and he's 2-1 up, and he needs one more to advance to the Group 1 final here in Leicester tonight. But of course, their group match went the distance, so you wouldn't bet against a deciding frame here as well. Chris Wakelin looking good for a 2-1 lead over Jackson Page. He won the opener, Page the second. But here in frame 3, this pink in fact will put him 68 in front with 67 on. So the great run continues. Of course, Scottish Open, terrific performance to win that a couple of weeks ago. The maximum last night.
68.
Chris Wakelin, the highest ranked player in this group at 14.
69.
And I do think attitude has played its part, because he was in a good mood in general, and although he started very badly yesterday, he didn't get him down. He resolved to come back in the evening and put it right, and my word, he did that with the 147 and all the rest. He won his remaining 4 group matches, having lost the first 2, and he's going to be, like Tom Ford, a frame from the final.
Chris Wakelin, 75.
So O'Connor now under it, 2-1 down. Well, it finished okay, I guess. I mean, he was very disappointed with the miss, but could have finished a lot worse.
Joe, just get the white in behind the green here, tight as he can. He's not even got the snooker. He'd be disappointed with that. Possible long red for Tom, but far from easy. Wow, that's a very thin pot there from Tom. I think Joe thought he'd got the white far enough over to the yellow side for Tom not to be able to pot that, but Tom snicked it in.
I mean, ideally, I'd love to get rid of the red soon by the right of the black spot. Just make sure that area is a bit freer. Although, of course, the black not in a great spot to pot. But anyway, he's in. Just think he's been very confident all day. He sort of came here this morning. Whether he thought he would qualify, I don't know. But he was determined to play his game and not sort of get sucked into worrying about the table and go on the defensive. It's not really his nature to do that, and he hasn't done it today.
So.
Yeah, he didn't quite screw that far enough back because he played for the pink in the middle. Might play this brown cushion first because it's very straight, the brown, so it's difficult to get back down to this end of the table unless he plays a really deep screw shot. Looks like he's playing cushion first.
Top board 15. One. Four.
Yeah, so Joe's going to pot this red and screw off the side of the pack, so he's going to hit this quite hard to try and move some reds.
Five.
He moved the reds well. He'd like to have been further up the table, closer to the bulk colours, but one good pot on this green and it'll be a good chance.
8.
Yes, he's a meticulous player, isn't he? O'Connor doesn't run round the table, but he just makes sure. Very effective when he's playing his best. Of course, it's just over 3 years now since he got to his first ranking final, the Scottish Open. Last season he was runner-up in the World Open. Of course, the start of this season, the Championship League.
Nine. $15. 16.
Well, he's got the opportunity. It's in his hands, which is all you can ask for, to take this match to a decider.
22.
Of course, the winners group isn't until the middle of February,
23.
but it'd be a big New Year's boost to win this opening group. Ensure yourself that a very lucrative couple of days next month by winning here tonight.
Yeah, it'd be a great way for somebody to start the new year.
$29.
Yeah, it's a very difficult tournament to win. I mean, obviously we've seen today the permutations in the group can take some working out. Short matches against top players. It's been kind of monopolised really by the very best. Judd Trump, John Higgins, multiple winners, Mark Selby, various others as well.
Yeah, in recent times, Joe O'Connor seems a bit of a Championship League specialist, because as he got to the last 2 finals, one in the ranking event and one in this Invitational. So it's some going, you know, 2 finals in the last 2 Championship Leagues.
Yeah, so many short matches you've got to plough through and dig yourself out of holes like he's in here. 2-1 down. Yeah, I feel if you're here long enough, we're kind of all Championship League specialists, but of course Joe's actually playing.
$37. $43. $44.
So, pretty sure the red at the bottom of these 3 reds together goes in the same pocket as Joe's about to pot this pink with the rest. Looks like he's playing a cannon into the 3 reds now. So I've got the angle wrong there.
$50. Joe corner 50.
Well, a solid enough 50, but still plenty on. 35 the lead, 59 available. It is 2-2 on table 2, Chris Wakelin and Jackson Page. Yeah, I don't think Joe will be too keen on a re-rack somehow. But it is kind of in his sort of court to resolve this, I guess, being the man in front.
Looks like this shot will resolve the stalemate. Oh, he's underhit it though. So yeah, now Tom can move this red away from the pocket and send the white up the other end of the table.
Well, the great Leicester man Willie Thorne years ago, this is at the Crucible, he was something like 50 in front against Andy Hicks, and there was a stalemate, and the referee tried to, well, said he would enforce a re-rack if the players didn't, you know, change the stalemate, and Willie was not best pleased with the lead he had. But as I say, it's kind of up to the player in front to do that. But anyway, it has been resolved here.
Yeah, Willie used to mention that story 20, 30 years after it had happened. So I've heard it quite a few times.
Well, it was John Williams who, I mean, you'll remember John. I mean, he was very tough as a referee. He didn't take any messing from anybody. So it's kind of hard to argue with him.
Yeah, I remember seeing a clip of John Williams with Alex Higgins saying that I'm going to stand here. And I think Alex Higgins said, "You're not in my line of sight, you're in my line of thought." So yeah, he was a strong referee, John Williams, and refereed quite a lot of world finals.
Yeah, he used to run the old Pontins Festival as well at Prestat with an absolute rod of iron. Anyway, here at the Championship League, it's a tense standoff in this frame. Well, it's in Ford's interest, of course, to promote this red off the cushion, trailing by 35. Going to need it.
Decent safety there from Joe, so he might have forced Tom to go for this long straight red now. That's a great pot from Tom.
One.
Yeah, and now some danger for O'Connor. The red nail to the top cushion, I guess, is what he's pinning his hopes on in the immediate term.
Seven.
Yeah, and that red being in the middle of the black cushion always makes it a little bit more difficult when the black's not on its spot as well, because he'll have to play for the pink. So he might have to hit it a little bit harder than he would like.
Eight. Fourteen.
Yeah, if the black was on the spot, I think Tom would have already played this red. But he's just a bit concerned, playing for that red on the black cushion, that he's going to have to play for the pink. Yeah, and that's why he tried to play for the black, but he landed too straight on it, so he's going to have to go for the pink now. He couldn't ask to be much better on this red, so he's just got to drop this in.
21.
I'd imagine he'll just play for the pink in the middle to give the pot, the red, as much the best chance to go in slowly. Yeah, and he's played 22. That perfectly as well, so now it's a great chance to win this match.
Yeah, it really is. 7 behind, so he's not going to need the black. Started the day in 6th place in the table, in the relegation zone, but he's had a very positive attitude the way he's played. He's played his natural attacking game all day.
30.
Yeah, when Joe left that long straight red, I don't think he could see Tom clearing up from there, but he won't be comfortable now. He'll think it's most likely over.
Yeah, he won the skirmish in terms of the last group match against Ford, of course. 3-2, but the larger battle looks like it's about to be won by his fellow Leicester man. It's blue and pink.
37.
It's just come slightly the wrong angle on this blue, it looks like. Oh, he's done brilliant there, played that with a lot of side to get closer to the pink.
Match ball then for Tom Ford to put himself into the Group 1 final. Nicely done. That's a really good little clearance. And he beats Joe O'Connor by 3 frames to 1. And will later this evening have a chance to put himself in the winners group of the BetVictor Championship League. Joe O'Connor, of course, will be back tomorrow in Group 2. So he does have another go, but he's going to have to start all over again in another group. So we're going to have a short break, and we'll be back to see if Chris Wakelin or indeed Jackson Page has made it through the final. We'll be on table 1 in due course, but we'll see you in a few minutes.
It's Joshua Filler with an absolute dominating win. Moritz Neuhausen is your new Premier League pool winner.
Elisha Sharp makes the ultimate statement. What a journey Paulo Biondo he's made to the pinnacle of a sport. Elisha Sharp has completed a terrific transatlantic double. He didn't want to jump on the table in Florida, but he can't resist this time. Aloysius, you are a superstar.
The breakthrough has come for Piers Lamutus.
Team Asia, they've won the Reyes Cup again.
David Alcade, it's your turn again, buddy.
Can you believe it? An absolute nightmare for Tyler Steuer. Europe have won the Moscone Cup.
I'm Barry Hearn, president of Matchroom Sport.
Talk to me. I'm Eddie Hearn, the chairman of Matchroom Sport.
My son and heir, I call him my project. He's good, but he's not yet great. I'm fucking watching you.
We are the biggest sports promotional company in the world.
Matchroom started as a £100 company and now worth north of £1 billion.
Look at what the old man has done. I never wanted to work for my dad, but you have to play the hand you're dealt.
Eddie, he has ego. It's a weakness, and I won't give up control until I'm sure he's ready.
Boxing is an important element of the revenue stream, but only an element. We've got the greatest snooker player to ever play the game.
The biggest profit earner is darts.
There's no business that has the drama.
I found out you knew about it. You're done.
The ego. Jesus Christ.
What is that?
The aggravation.
Oh, shit! We need fair judges next time.
The most important thing from my dad is winning. The world's come crashing down on us. I mean, what's going to make you feel better?
Please, could I get a packet of pickled onion Monster Munch?
We need to talk about Conor Benn. We need to get him back in a ring.
Yeah! How you getting on with Jake Paul?
He's taken a number of shots at me.
Come talk! Come talk! Come talk!
And I ain't going to back down.
Show me what you've got. I'm going to make our company
bigger and better
than ever.
Let's go!
Global domination.
Nothing less.
I still don't understand why his shirt's off.
Welcome back to the Mattioli Arena, where we know, of course, Tom Ford is in the Group 1 final. He's just waiting to see who he's going to play. And they're down to the wire, actually, in the decider. Jackson Page and Chris Wakelin, 2-2. So a perfect time to pick it up. 10 points in it. Jackson Page, though, favourite because he's at the table. So, Dominic, this could be a last gasp steal for the Welshman.
Oh, incredible. He did so well to take us into a deciding frame. Chris Wakelin was in the previous frame. I was watching it in the Players' Lounge. And
39.
He was on a maximum at one stage, but tried to keep the break going with a difficult red to the left corner. Made a mess of it. The cue ball cannon the blue, and Jackson Page cleared the table to force us into a decider. As you say, Dave, he looks favourite to win it, but he hasn't played that too well. Played for the blue to left centre, be playing it to the corner now.
Yeah, he needs blue and pink. Can't see him missing this.
48.
So Chris Wakelin, of course, did so well to make the playoffs. He lost his first 2 matches, won his next 4, had the maximum off the back of the Scottish Open win before Christmas. But he's going to have to come back tomorrow in Group 2 because Jackson Page has beaten him by 3 frames to 2. So the final then of Group 1 of the BetVictor Championship League is going to be Tom Ford against Jackson Page, and that, I think, is going to be a very open match indeed. Both players all through this group have played open attacking snooker. Jackson Page for a while looked certain actually to top the table. Of course, he finished second, but none of that matters now. What matters is he's in the final, and in a few minutes time he'll be taking on Tom Ford. I'm going to put you on the spot immediately, Dominic. Who's going to win?
Oh, what a difficult question to answer. Fractionally, I'm going to go for Jackson Page. But it could be anyone's, Dave.
Well, that's true. And, of course, it is a short match. It's only best of 5. So you can see the referee already setting the table. We'll be just a few minutes. We can show you, of course, what they're playing for here. Now, it's £300 a frame in the playoff stage. Of course, it was £100 in the league stage. But the winner will take away additionally £3,000, and they get in the winners group, where the top prize there £10,000 plus £200 a frame along the way. So the money can really accumulate as you go. Runner up £2,000, but of course they will come back for the next group. I mean, if you can, we've seen players before now stay in lots of groups and actually earn more than the winner, but that's not a strategy. It's just what happens. Jack Jones last year, he made that record 32 centuries. In the end, he actually pulled out, playing in so many groups. But anyway, that's the prize money. Of course, the high break prize, well, Chris Wakelin will be very unlucky now not to win that because he's made a 147. So it looks like the £500 will be his. But yeah, the money, as I say, will accumulate. And of course, not just the 10,000 winners check, Champion of Champions as well, which is a minimum guarantee of 12,500. So if you don't win another tournament, this could be a pathway in to that as well. So lots to play for and lots to look forward to for these two first event of the new year. It'd be a real boost for either player to get themselves in the winners group and have the chance to become champion. If you're new to the Championship League, this is how it all works. We've got 7 groups, each with 7 players. The winner of each goes to the winners group. bottom 2 players relegated, so that's Pang Zhengzhou and Hossein Vafaei from this group. The remaining players, the 3 playoff losers and 5th place, come back tomorrow. They're joined by 3 new players, which will be Dave Gilbert, Noppen Singham and Gary Wilson. They each play each other, of course, once, and then, as we know, they go through to the playoffs, and then the final, which will be coming up in just a few minutes' time. It's not been the best season for actually either Tom Ford or Jackson Page. There's 2 ranking lists, aren't there? The official rankings, which is over 2 years, but the 1-year list, I think, is more relevant in terms of current form. And Tom Ford on the 1-year list, 42nd coming into this event. Jackson Page 54th. So obviously both have missed out on the World Grand Prix. And as night falls in Leicester, you know, one of them, well, will get, as I say, Dom, some sort of boost, which may then be a springboard for the rest of the season, because whatever happens in the next few weeks before the winners group, they'll have that to look forward to.
Yeah, absolutely, Dave. It's worth mentioning there, you know, Tom Ford and Jackson Page, they're both a very similar style of player. They're both fast, they're both attacking, and I think they're very hit and miss. They can have fabulous runs because they're confidence players. They can have great runs and do very well in ranking events, and they can suffer with a bit of a loss of form and loss of confidence as well. And it's just that, you know, the nature of the way they play, and that's the great thing I love about snooker in all sports, really. You know, there's so many different styles of play, aren't there? And it just makes every sport so interesting, particularly snooker.
Yeah, that's right. I don't think either of these two is going to suddenly change that style of play. They're going to play how they play, and it could just be who gets in first in each frame, and there may well be breaks. I'm sure there will be, but it's an extra edge of pressure, because when you've come this far, you know, you battled through the group phase, you battled through the semi-finals of the playoffs. You just want to get it won now. And, well, the referee's out, so that tells us we're just a moment or two away. Just saw Marcel Eckhart, the tournament director, just checking we're ready to go, and we'll get the players in very shortly and see who is, as I say, the first man into that winners group. It will be February 10th and 11th, by the way. Obviously, we've got all the other groups to play before then, but that's when the winners group will be, February 10 and 11. And it's the same format. Only difference is there's a trophy at the end of it. And here comes Tom. Yeah, it looked for all the world actually like 2-2, but he made that terrific little clearance to the pink to win 3-1 against Joe O'Connor there.
I wonder if there'll be any advantage at all for Tom having just played on this table, and of course Jackson was victorious over on the other table. No 2 tables play exactly the same, do they?
Well, it's a good point, Don, because Jackson Page has played all his matches on table 2. He hasn't played at all on the table, so, you know, it's a theory, certainly, that could bear out. Of course, they played each other yesterday. Page won 3-2 for the record. That was on table 2. Although, just the sort of character Jackson is, I mean, obviously he's got to try and get used to the table, but it's not the sort of thing you maybe even think about, I don't think. He's got that sort of Mark Williams laid-back way about him.
Oh yes, he practices with Mark Williams in Mark Williams' own club, and of course along the way he's always learnt from Mark Williams. He's practiced with him for a number of years, and he's a great player, Jackson Page. He's a very confident player, and I was talking to him yesterday about cues and tips and everything. He knows nothing about ball throw and all these sort of nuances within the game. He just plays snooker, and it's a great way to be, but as he gets older that doesn't happen anymore. You start analysing things more, you experiment with cues and cue actions. I'm sure that will come for Jackson Page, but for now, just riding the crest of a wave, really. He's a natural player, he's such an exciting player, has such a lot of flair, and as I say, I'll make him marginal favourite for this, but anything can happen. Run of the ball can make such a difference, can't it?
Of course, Page was runner-up last season in the ranking event version of the Championship League. He lost to Ali Carter. Here he comes, so I think an attractive match this. After all the matches to get here, it's Tom Ford against Jackson Page in the final of Group 1 of the Championship League here in Leicester.
Styles your choice. Okay, we need to wait a bit.
I'll keep leaving that red on. I'll keep leaving the red on.
First frame.
Yeah, Ford, he won the toss, he's put Page in, he says I keep leaving the same red on, but he's going to have to break off in the next frame, isn't he? Anyway, let's see how he fares first in the opening frame. It is Page to get us underway.
Well, there's nothing wrong with that break off from Jackson Page. It's almost impossible not to leave a potable ball on of some sort for your opponent, but this is about as good as it could be from Jackson's point of view. The red fairly straight, cue ball pretty close to the baulk cushion. Someone would have to do well to pot the red and get onto a colour. And that's what I was saying about run of the ball. You could have easily left a red on there. But he's cannon the black to the side cushion, and that will probably remain out of commission for quite some time. It's in a very awkward place there now. And that could throw an entirely different light on the style of snooker that we'll witness in this first frame now. There has to be a lot more safety play now.
Well, not much to go on in terms of previous meetings. Obviously, they played in this group. Prior to that, Page did beat Ford 4-0 actually in the Welsh Open. And then there was a very low-key pre-qualifier for the Six Reds World Championship. I don't think that's really going to count on the head-to-head, so not much to go on. But anyway, Page in first.
Jackson would love to power this brown and play a deep screw into the black, bring it into play, and hope he'd be on a red. I mean, he's on this red now just above the black spot, but I don't really know what use it is to him. He's on another red to the centre, but doesn't have a good angle on that. You do well to score from this opportunity. Hard to tell whether that pink will pot anywhere. It doesn't look as though it will. Oh, he's tried to cannon the red full ball to leave the pink to the right centre. It's gone wrong. This is all because of that black being tied up. And now he has a real problem because of the red near the left corner. He's got to make sure he doesn't leave it on. Especially against somebody like Tom Ford, who's such a good potter.
Yeah, saying with Ben, we were talking about Jackson Page, scoring has been an issue this season, just 2 centuries, and one of those was here. So, you know, for a player as talented as he is, for whatever reason this season, just the breaks have not been coming.
Yes, I think, you know, it's the first part of anybody's game that suffers, the potting and the break building when the pressure is on, and that's why, you know, Neil Robertson was in the doldrums for quite a while before he gained some confidence and started winning again. He was struggling for the best part of 2 seasons. And that can happen. You need a B game, and Jackson has that. I don't think Neil, well, I'm not saying Neil's a one-dimensional player, but he doesn't have the tactical knowledge of somebody like Jackson Page, who's becoming a real force within the game. But there will be peaks and troughs. You know, there's so many tournaments to play in these days. You can't be at your best for every one of them. And players need to know that, Dave, you know.
Yeah, and also, you know, there's things happening in what we might call the real world. You know, he's got a young child, hasn't he? And, you know, he's got other responsibilities now. He's got a shop, actually, as well, which he opened with the winnings from those 2 maximums. Anyway, end of break.
Well,
of course, Ford had his problems as well, his shoulder condition earlier in the season. Well, obviously it wasn't a touching ball then, because it was a foul. He's knocked in a lot of good long ones in this group, Ford, particularly today. Not the best cue ball really, though.
Yellow ball. Three.
Oh, there may be a possible red here into the right corner. There's a red, just the right red of that little cluster of 6 below the pink. Oh, he's not downplaying it, so maybe it's not on. Which is, well, there is the red. Now, if you can see it, he has an angle here to cannon the black into play. Must be considered worthwhile, given that the pink and the blue are tied up as well. So well, but is the black cuttable? May not be. It may have just travelled that inch too far. Yeah, just gone past where it'll be cuttable. And it's missed the yellow, and well, that's got every colour where it shouldn't be, basically.
Down 44.
Again, though, that run of the ball. And you consider that Tom has just brought the black into play. He could have left life a lot easier for Jackson Page here. What was a very makeable red was proved to be very difficult. Having to cue over that red, which he's actually left on for Tom Ford.
It's a very scrappy opening frame. Yeah, obviously Page would have learned so much playing not only Mark Williams but a lot of the other players in that part of South Wales, not even professionals, but they, you know, they play the old school game in that part of the world. Of course, it's the land of Ray Reardon and Doug Mountjoy and other great Welsh players of years gone by. Another professional now as well, Liam Davies, who's from that part of the world, another player Mark is taking an interest in. On the second year of his tour card, so needs some good results to stay on tour. every frame is different, and this is panning out not to be one either of them really wanted, but someone's got to win it, and it'll be them who's in front in the final. That's the way to look at it. So a bit of discipline needed.
Surely those two reds above the cue ball aren't to plant to the centre pocket. It's too risky to play a safety shot into bulk unless you can hide at least half of that red near the blue, because if you don't, one of the players could just play the red down the table and stun the cue ball tight in behind the blue. Those are the two reds I mentioned. They could be made into a plant, but it's a risky shot to take on. Well, that will help, because Jackson, although he may not quite be able to stun the cue ball in behind the blue, he can play the red down the table, get the cue ball back behind the yellow. Doesn't want to find the pocket, but if he does, oh, he's okay. Wouldn't have been any great harm done had he have gone in off.
Well, the frame just opening up a little now.
There may be a gap here between a couple of the reds near the pink to a red that Tom can take on into this left-hand corner pocket. You can see it there. It's... I thought it was worth a consideration. Perhaps a brown could have been in Tom's way to get a good cue ball, but he's taken that one on, and what a risky pot that was. Goodness me, he could have lost the frame because of that. Left everything on.
Yeah, I mean, it's how he's played today, but you've got to get them, haven't you, if you're going to take those on. He didn't, so Jackson Page, second real chance, because he was in very early, lost position.
1.
Best performance of the season was to reach the quarter-finals of the English Open in Brentwood.
8. 9.
Be ideal if he could stun up into the red next to the pink here. That would hold him in good position. He was okay on the black anyway, just to stun the cue ball to the side of them. This is such a good chance for Jackson Page. He'd love to remove that red now to the left of the black. And then the black will be available into both corners.
17. 24. 25.
'Long way short of pace there. He can't play for the black this time. He could hold for the pink, but it was easier to play up for the green, and that's handy because it's always nice to have the bulk colours on their spots.
Sorry?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's interesting, just checking that is the brown on the right-hand side. So it seems he does take after Mark Williams, because Mark's colourblind. He has that same issue. Maybe he's taking the sort of emulating Mark a bit too far.
What were we talking about? Being ambidextrous and, you know, players that
36.
are right-handed but kick a football left-footed and things like that, you know.
37.
And Jackson's a bit like I am. I'm right-handed, but I can't kick a football right-footed. I'm left-footed. And I didn't know that Jackson was colourblind. He didn't mention it to me, and it's the first I've known of it. Oh, that's a massive misjudgment there. But in that camera shot there, there's very little difference, isn't there, in colour between the brown and the red? But from a normal camera position, you can see the difference unless you are colourblind.
Yeah, it's obviously when the brown is away from its spot near reds that the issue comes along. Meanwhile, he's trying to just recycle things here.
45.
It's a big shot, this, isn't it? Could have been a lot easier. Still lead by 49. In it goes, though. So now another red and a big colour. He's just checking the scores, but that's going to leave Tom Ford leading snookers.
53.
And this red, assuming he can cut it in,
60.
is surely going to stop any playing on. There's 2 snookers needed now, but when the red goes in, no way back. So it took a little bit of resolving, but in the end it was Tom Ford taking that long red on that left the chance, and Jackson Page has taken it nicely.
Yeah, I can only assume Tom Ford was forced to take the red on. There wasn't a shot to nothing on, and he couldn't find an easy safety shot. It's proved costly.
69.
Well, that was very nicely done, wasn't it? Talking about not making many centuries, but
77.
out of nowhere, chance to do exactly that. Well, not to be, but pretty dashing 77 from Jackson Page. So the Welshman takes the first frame of this Group 1 final. Remember, it is best of 5 still, first to 3, to secure that first winners group slot. Yeah, there's no doubt he's a great talent, and he's, you know, he's had some good performances, some deep runs, because he beat Barry Hawkins at the Crucible a few years ago before Mark Williams actually beat him 13-3. The 2 maximums in qualifying, runner-up in the Championship League ranking event version last season. But like all players, wants to start winning trophies. Still only 24, so you know, the circuit is sort of skewing a lot older now, isn't it? So there's plenty of time yet. But as I say, it's been a disappointing season. 54th on the 1-year list. Way down on his official ranking of 33.
Yes, I think some of the players will have to get used to that happening, because the strength and depth in snooker now is the greatest it's ever been.
Yeah, and it's also about which ranking events you do well in, because there's some that are much bigger money. Anyway, that's a side issue, because right now it's frame 2.
The second frame, Tom Ford to break.
Well, in fairness, Tom Ford did say, didn't they, I always leave that red on, and Jackson Page has knocked it in.
1.
Just a bit unlucky there, Jackson, that the cue ball just kept running on, and it's finished tight against the side cushion. So if he drops the blue in, the cue ball will just take a natural path. He'll be hoping that he can cannon the red towards the right-hand corner pocket. But he won't quite know, and a lot will depend on how thick or thin he pots the blue. There's the cannon. But he's finished on nothing. Now he has a choice now. Does he decide to bring the black into play? Just play an ordinary safety off the pack of reds. Multiple choices, of course. He's chosen to play a thin edge off this one. But you've always got to be mindful when you play somebody like Tom Ford to not leave possible balls on from anywhere, because he's such a great potter. His previous shot, Tom Ford tried to bring the black into play, made it worse, but he has another chance here to bring it into play.
Yeah, he walks away, clearly concerned, understandably. Tom won't really want to play for the black until he can remove that red away from the black spot. He could get onto it here from the green, possibly. Or the brown. He just needs enough angle to work with. The brown obviously has a lot of angle to work with.
Four. Five.
Well, can he pop the black and run through and cannon the red away from it? Actually, provided there are no other spots available, this red would still pot anyway. Even if the black doesn't go on its spot, the red would still be available.
12. $13. 20. $21. 28. 29. 30.
to be pinpoint there with the cue ball. Well, this could be awkward for our referee. The pink spot must be occupied. He's going to have to place this pink within a crowd of reds. Delicate operation. Who'd be referee, eh?
Well, he did it without any incident, so we continue forward, building a nice lead.
36.
Oh, that didn't work out for Tom. He was banking on promoting a red there to a potable position, and he hasn't. There's one more red he can play for there, right in the middle of that bunch.
43. 44.
Oh, Tom Ford will be disgusted with himself for leaving himself so straight on this red. That could be a problem. Top spin. Right hand side on the cue ball. He played that very nicely. Now does he play a cannon into the three reds and the pink? If he plays it well, he'll be on a red to the left corner.
Well, surely he's on something. Yeah, this red to right corner, just a little bit of pressure with all the reds now in the open. But the red's in, and now
60.
Surely it's going to be his frame. He's already 54 in front, 61 with this black, so another red and a colour needed. Well, in fact, just the red to leave Page needing a snooker.
67.
But wants to make sure of the frame.
68.
Yeah, he was struggling, wasn't he, overnight? Tom Ford coming back today.
71.
Having got
Seven.
Just a point on the board from yesterday, but he played very positive snooker all day. Started with a 3-0 win over Hussein Vafaei, beat Elliott Leicester 3-1. Okay, lost to O'Connor 3-2, but he had already qualified, and then of course beat O'Connor to reach the final. Looking to make his 4th century of the 2 days.
86.
Well, he can't wait to pop the yellow. He's going to have to. And in it goes. So, century for Tom Ford. An emphatic capture of frame 2, having lost the opener.
$104. $108.
Well, the blue stays out, but 108 the break from Tom Ford to level up at 1 each. And that's the 14th century actually we've had in 2 days, which is plenty, I think, in early January. Obviously the maximum from Chris Wakelin, the highlight, that will take the £500 high break prize. But yeah, he's been like this all day, Ford. He's played, as I say, aggressively. He's gone for what's there and controlled things. He's always been a terrific break builder. He's made 5 maximums after all. And we're seeing that here today.
Did very well there, Tom, didn't you, making that century break? Because when you lose the first frame in these best of 5 frame sprints, that second frame is so important to you. And it's a prestigious event, this. You'd love to win this group and be in the champions group. His work will be done. He won't have to come back for group 2 tomorrow.
The third frame, special break.
1-1 then. Quite a lively match so far. Jackson Page to break in frame 3.
Amazing, isn't it? You break off, you leave that red on, and you sit in your chair and you expect your opponent to knock them in. How this game has changed over the decades, since the 90s, when so many players had failing techniques and poor styles of play. It's just not the case anymore.
Four. Five.
Difficult to ascertain whether the red next to the black is potable, or whether the black indeed itself is potable into that left corner. We'll certainly know now, because if that red is on, Tom Ford will be playing it. And it is on. What a difference that could make.
11. $18. $19. $26. $27. $34. $35. $42. 43.
Chance now to go into the pack of reds. The red to the right of the pink was potable, but there's no way Tom Ford can play for that red now. He'll have to go into them. They're not a great bunch of reds to go into from the black, unless he catches them just right. That's not bad. Not ideal by any means. 50. Possibly the red to the right centre, his favourite.
Yes, and now enough reds in open play to get this frame won. So he really has stepped it up, hasn't he? The century in the last frame.
53.
And this looks like being another frame-winning break. Just shows you here the break-off shot. You know, Page left that red to right corner.
54.
And it looks like being his only shot of the frame.
I think you have to virtually take it for granted that you will leave a potable red on from your break-off shot, and I think
61.
Because of that you have to focus on getting the cue ball as close to the bulk cushion as possible to make it as difficult as you can for your opponent, who
62.
will then be unable to manoeuvre the cue ball around the table being so close to the cushion. It's almost a disadvantage, isn't it, to break off?
Well, Ford will be doing so in the next frame, but he'll be doing so 2-1 up. That was frame ball, black.
69.
And now the chance for back-to-back centuries.
$70. $76.
Well, he somehow missed that, but frame is his. 76 will do. So Jackson Page won the opener, but Tom Ford has hit back strongly, and he's a frame away from becoming the winner of Group 1 here. He leads 2-1. And, you know, that's how he's played all day, really. He's attacked. As I said earlier, he's always been regarded as a really good break builder, over 300 centuries, 5 maximums. So when it clicks, he's pretty formidable. Of course, he did get in the top 16 a couple of years ago off the back of that run to the final of the International Championship, but just didn't maintain that position and has fallen back a little bit, 28, because those points have come off now. So that's the only downside of the system. Those points come off after 2 years. So 28, not in the World Grand Prix. So actually the qualifiers coming up shortly for the German Masters this week are going to be big for him. And then he'll have the Welsh Open, the World Open, and of course the World Championship to end the season. So not that much snooker actually, which is why an event like this is a godsend. If he could get in the winners group, he's got that to look forward to for the next month, a real boost of confidence. Now it's Tom Ford who's going to try not to leave a red on here. He's already sort of predicting he will leave it on.
I have to say, as Tom's opponent, I wouldn't be enjoying these conversations. I mean, Jackson won the first frame, he's lost the next 2. I wouldn't want my opponent talking to me now. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and almost sort of saying, you know, you're going to pot this red, which because it's not as easy as that, is it? Particularly as he has got a good cue ball.
right-hand half of the table hidden by the yellow and the pink and the blue. Jackson's just got to be a little bit careful of that red that's nearest that left-hand centre pocket on his intended return to bulk. Managed to avoid it. My goodness me, that's opened things up, and the black now will pot into the left corner. What a shot he's played there. Has he left, though, a red on for Tom Ford into this left corner? Very makeable if it goes. There was room past the blue, and he has potted it. Oh, what a cannon to the pink. It's things like that that can win matches.
Well, on the evidence of the last two frames, this is a golden chance for Tom Ford.
Now, is the pink spot available? Oh, it is now. Had that pink spot not been available, there was room on the black spot, and that would have tied pink and black up, and that would have helped Jackson Page. No doubt about it.
8.
Tom pausing briefly. The red that's closest to the black will pot. He was hoping the black would too, but he's got to remove this red first to bring the black back into play.
16.
Oh, that's a little awkward. He'll need to be careful now. That red, a little bit of an encumbrance.
Three.
Wow, completely decelerated there. Played for the blue into the left centre, and he missed a pink. Actually, in one of his, I think it was his last group match. Didn't reach the pocket because he decelerated. Same thing happened there. Now, does this pink pop to the right corner? I don't think it does. Must be tight. I'm sure the red just to the right of the black will pot. If Tom can get onto it, that would really help to remove that.
30. $35. 36. $42. 43.
Well, if anything, it's like he's got better as the day's gone on. And that's the thing in this event. You can recover from a poor start. You have to do it, though, right from the off on day 2, and he did do. He's been pretty clinical so far in the final. Just looking to close it out now, 49 in front.
50. $56. $57.
So the pink to lead by 63. Another red in the colour, and it's done.
63.
Jackson Page will have to come back tomorrow and try again in Group 2. But it's not
64.
like that he's played badly in the final. Tom Ford has played really well, hasn't he, from 1-0 down. Put together 3 frame-winning breaks. Really first chance in each frame he's had.
Yeah, absolutely. There's nothing that Jackson can berate himself for. He's done virtually nothing wrong. Tom Ford made a break of 108 to win his first frame of the final. 76 in the previous frame, and now this.
Yeah, he came here today in a bit of difficulty in the table, but determined to play his natural game, which he's done to great effect.
77.
So come on, Tom, let's finish with another century.
$83.
Well, it's going to be a double to do that. Ah, nicely done.
84.
I really do love watching a natural player at their best, and Tom is certainly at his best right now.
91.
Making the game look ridiculously easy.
Now they needs to get on this last red.
$97.
Well, not to be, but 97 to follow those breaks of 108 and 76. Tom Ford is the winner of Group 1 of the BetVictor Championship League, and he will return to Leicester next month for the winners group. He's the first man through. And as we said, it wasn't that Jackson Page played badly. Tom Ford, as evidenced by that 97 in the last frame, just played really well. And whatever else happens in the next few weeks and other events he's in, he will be coming back with the other 6 group winners, with a chance of winning this Championship League and all the prize money that comes along, the Champion of Champions place as well. So I'm sure he's more than satisfied. We will hear from him very shortly. But Jackson Page, as we've been saying, he's got to come back tomorrow and try all over again. And some interesting players will be joining him, Dominic.
Yeah, absolutely, Dave. Group 2 will comprise Gary Wilson, Noppon Sengham from Thailand, Dave Gilbert, the Angry Farmer, Elliot Slessor from Gateshead, of course. Had that bit of a tiff, didn't he, with Gary Wilson. Joe O'Connor and Chris Wakelin from this group will be taking part, and of course our beaten finalist Jackson Page will be in action tomorrow when it all starts again in Group 2 at 11 AM. But what a group it's been, the first group of this Championship League for 2026. Chris Wakelin, of course, that fantastic 147 yesterday, the first of his career. It's been a very, very impressive standard of play that we've witnessed. Lots and lots of century breaks, over 15 of them in fact. But I have to commend Tom Ford with his performance in the final. It was Jackson Page who began with that break of 77, but after that, well, Tom Ford, it was like the Tom Ford show. He didn't put a foot wrong. Breaks of 108, 76, and 97. And it is a jubilant Tom Ford that's alongside Dave Hendon. Let's hear his thoughts.
Tom, job done. Nice start to the new year.
Yeah, I didn't expect to do what I did over the last couple of days because I've not been playing. So to have this tournament at the start of the year is perfect for me because it gets me playing a bit of match practice, and that's the way I've sort of gone into this. Just a bit of match practice. Doesn't matter if win or lose. Just get myself ready for the German Masters.
Yeah, your game looked in good shape. You know, your long game was good. You scored well. Were you pleased with how you, maybe pleasantly pleased with how you played?
I'm really pleased the way I played because when I turned up yesterday, I've had 20 minutes practice since the Scottish Open, and the table seemed really big. And my first break-off, I hit the wrong red. So, yeah, really pleased the way I played. And I just thought, do you know what? I've not been playing. So if I could just not think about it, get down and just play the balls as quick as I can, I won't have to think about too much. And I'm lucky that they went in.
We were here in the summer for the other Championship League. You had the shoulder issue then. Has that gone away now?
No, that's still there. But I'm not getting the pain when I'm playing anymore. If I was to try and lift something over my shoulder, then obviously, yeah, the pain's there. But I'm 90% there now. I feel like I've took about 6 months out. I'm just hopefully that can sort of, it's on the mend, and hopefully I can progress in events now.
And what are your sort of remaining goals for this season?
I've not really got any at the minute because obviously with my shoulder just getting better now. I mean, obviously playing over the last couple of days, I could feel a little bit of something, but it's not painful. So I've just really got to concentrate on getting my shoulder right, and then I can maybe kick on a little bit towards the end of the season with the World Championships.
Well, we'll see you back here next month. Tom, you're in the winners group. Congratulations.
Cheers, thank you.
Cheers.
Yep.
Well, great to hear the thoughts there of Tom Ford. Local boy, of course, from Leicester. Congratulations to him, and we will indeed see him in the group of champions to be played in the middle of February. So that concludes the action here for the first 2 days of Group 1 of the BetVictor Championship League Snooker. It just remains to say thank you very much for your company over the last 2 days, but we begin all over again tomorrow at 11 a.m. So, from Dave Hendon, from Ben Wollaston and myself, Dominic Dale, and all the backroom staff here at Matchroom Multisport, it's a very good evening.